And we are live.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yeah. Today we have to talk about veganism yet again. What a surprise!
Big surprise. I look forward to the day that we don't have to worry about this issue.
Yeah. Who knows when that's gonna be? But yeah, apparently Jeffrey Phillips is already in the comments, typing and talking. Very interesting.
He made the claim that I lost a debate, and this debate that he's referring to was about whether or not the destructive, toxic factory monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu. Well, let me just pull up the video real quick. He conceded that in a vegan world, he and Chris Hines admitted that in a vegan world, destructive monocropping would increase. So this is them conceding. Check it out.
The vegan activists started out by saying that their diet does not kill animals.
Why do you choose to pay for murder when you can just be vegan?
I proved them wrong with my Vegan Kill Cult series. So then they admitted that factory crop agriculture does cause untold gargantuan amounts of animal suffering and death, as well as environmental destruction, but claimed that the vast majority of crops are grown to feed livestock, especially soy.
If you're worried about animals being killed in the production of soy, then maybe you should stop supporting the industries that use 3/4 to 4/5 of all the soy that is produced.
Then I proved, using the vegans' own citations, that 92.49% of the world's soybeans are processed to extract the soybean oil, and 100% of that oil is consumed by humans. The byproduct left behind after soybean oil extraction, called soybean meal, is then sold as a livestock feed for a handsome profit. This implies that the vegans' goal of eradicating all livestock from the earth would not decrease destructive factory soybean cropping because of the ongoing demand for soybean oil. So the vegans then claimed that if they do succeed in criminalizing meat and eradicating farm animals, that destructive soybean oil cultivation would be replaced by massively increasing palm oil production, since there would no longer be, according to these vegan activists, a market for soybean meal as livestock feed.
So chances are what's going to happen is that if everything gets turned on its head, they're not going to bother using soil because it'd be inefficient, and they will move to another oil. And if they move to something like palm, for example, which only uses a very small amount of land compared to soy, there could be a huge, huge difference in the amount of crops that are grown, the amount of land that's used.
Well, it's a better yield, right?
However, there's a couple of major flaws in their story. For one, palm oil cultivation is already causing massive deforestation and habitat destruction. Secondly, if vegans succeed in robbing us of available animal-sourced nutrition, there will be a deficit of more than 128 trillion grams of high-quality protein globally, which will have to be replaced, and then some, because plant protein is less digestible and less bioavailable. Soy protein, while less than ideal because of deficiencies, can be extracted from soybean meal. So when I confronted two of these vegan activists about where they expected us to source our protein in a vegan world, this is how they responded.
Can you tell me where you're getting your protein from?
It's not about where I'm
pretty
getting
much
my
everything.
protein from.
Everything has got protein in.
Broccoli.
So 100 grams of broccoli contains only 2.8 grams of protein, while 100 grams of beef contains 26
Nice
grams.
edit there.
Not only is broccoli abysmally low in protein, but broccoli has a protein digestibility corrected amino acid score of 0.64. This essentially means that the protein in broccoli is only 64% digestible by human beings, which means that while on paper broccoli contains 2.8 grams of protein per every 100 grams, the reality is even more pathetic. 1.792 grams of protein per every 100 grams of broccoli. Suffice to say, while vegans like to prance around screeching that a well-planned vegan diet offers all the nutrients your body needs, they've actually not come up with a plan at all to make a vegan world succeed in anything but massive global starvation. I've offered to help them iron out the deficiencies in their plan. Let's see if they follow through.
So what I think what we'll do after we wrap this up tonight
Yes,
is
we might need to come back to
get
this.
back together.
Yeah, we'll do
and
some
then
research.
We can figure out how much crop agriculture will have to increase
Sure,
in a vegan world.
sure.
We
Yeah.
can speculate.
We can estimate.
Yeah.
So they conceded already that destructive toxic monocropping would have to increase in the vegan world.
Is that what you got from that, Carlin? You got that from that?
I'm going to mute you because you interrupted me. You have to wait until I finish. They tried to distract and redirect to whether or not soybeans were a co-product or a byproduct, which is irrelevant. What's more important is the fact that they admitted that destructive toxic monocropping, the same destructive toxic monocropping that produces today's vegan menu, the items on that menu, that toxic monocropping would have to increase. They already admitted that.
When did we admit that? We told you with your little red and yellow graph saying that you're gonna raise soy. Now you're asking a different question. But I'm here to talk about the studies you talked about, and we talked about a couple weeks ago. Where's anti-war mindset? Is he still here?
Yeah,
I'm listening. By the way, the internet connection is kind of bad. I don't know if it's on my end or your end. I don't know.
Well, you sound good. Do I sound better yet?
Yeah, it's okay.
Like
I think.
the last couple weeks.
Well, you know, I'm not an audio tech. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. You are. I think you are. I'm not.
Yeah, you've sounded like shit. Like the last 4 episodes you've done. It's been really bad.
Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'll try to get that better. I'll try to improve it. So now tell me what you had. You had a beef with anti-war mindset about the 3 studies that he brought to the table. Which
hold on, let me make sure the audio is working on my side. You guys there?
Yeah.
Chat. Tell me if there's audio. No, I'm talking to my chat.
Oh.
Oh, DM Hutchins is here. Okay. Yeah. So the cohort study, the Adventist study, is a cohort.
You want to bring it up? Let's bring it up. You want to share it with us, Jeffrey?
Can I share?
You should be able to.
Okay. Let me see. So, where am I here? I got too many things up. So, present, share screen. Hold on one second. So, if anti-war mindset knew what he was looking at when he was looking at studies in the least bit, he'd see that this cohort, it's a cohort study, which is very low down the totem pole of the hierarchy of scientific evidence. So for him to attack a weak study and then take the adjustments out of it, which makes it no longer a study, is really baffling to me. How he can get up here and show his face. Well, he's actually not showing his face. He's a coward, just like you, Garland, who hasn't shown your face in weeks for some reason. He has no clue what he's talking about. No clue what he's talking about when he comes to talking about studies. And so,
can you answer my question? Can you answer a question?
Sure.
Okay. So you said like the hierarchy of evidence. What is the hierarchy of evidence based on? Is it based on? Is it like supported by what kind of evidence? Is the hierarchy of evidence itself?
Science, bro.
What kind
science.
of what kind of science?
The science that we use in our lives today.
That is not answering my question.
Can I ask? Let me ask you a question, because just
why
can't even answer my question
when that's not what we're here to talk about.
Well, you invoked it, so I asked you a question about it.
What is your definition?
Maybe instead of going on a show and talking about stuff, you should do research before and learn these things, and so you don't have to ask me.
So you are actually the one who does not know what he's talking about, right?
My presentation here, interrupting me, asking questions that are really simple.
Can you define? I mean, what's your definition of a cohort study? What's your definition?
Here you go. It's right here.
Do you have a definition?
Can you pull up my thing?
Oh, yeah. There's your thing.
So cohort studies right here in the middle, which
right,
is really like not interesting.
But how do you? What's the definition of a cohort study?
I'm not here to talk about that.
No, you've got
to talk about. You sent me a study that's a cohort study that's lower. It's a lower range study. So why would you get up here and be like, vegans use this study all the time, which I'm a vegan. I've been vegan since the 90s and I haven't seen this study. So, and after looking at this study, it's a weak study. So why, if you're such a master at reading studies, why would you pick a weak study and then make it no longer scientific by taking out the adjustments when that is the whole reason for studies exist?
Okay, two questions. Again, you have actually evaded my
question. I asked a question first.
What was your question again?
How do you
He's
think
asking
that
you
works?
why you chose a cohort study.
Why you're
but
wasting our time with studies that don't matter, that aren't science.
He can't define cohort study, but he wants to know why you chose a cohort study, because according to him, it's at the bottom of the hierarchy of evidence.
This is really bad.
I even have a question about that hierarchy. What is this pyramid based on? Who created it on what basis? Can you answer that?
Sound still. Can you guys hear that in the chat?
Yeah, I can hear everything you say.
Did you make this in Photoshop?
My chat. Hold on.
Did you make this in Photoshop or something, Jeffrey?
Carlin, you make all your little charts in Photoshop.
I'm just curious because you can't source
I don't know how to use Photoshop.
where this hierarchy came from, but you brought it to the table. I mean, I don't. You don't have Photoshop.
I don't have to source anything.
Your girlfriend.
By the way, Jeffrey, can you name me like a problem
You
that
answered my questions. I came back here with your study that you presented me last week, and I presented what I had to say. And you guys are trying to change the subject because you're trying to get a gotcha moment here.
Jeffrey, when's the last time you? When's the last time you?
Several times.
Garland,
so why don't we
me
look
say
at some
something.
meta studies now? Why don't we look at some real studies now? How about that?
Let me, Garland, Garland, let me talk for like a minute or so, or some seconds at least. So I chose the study because you could easily see that if you looked at the raw unadjusted data, actually what was observed
There's
and
no such
recorded
thing
in.
as science.
Oh,
Go
thank
ahead.
you for muting that clown again. So I chose that study because it shows actually that when you look at the raw unadjusted data, that the vegans have the higher mortality rate. Okay. By the way, my throat is kind of sore, so I cannot really speak that loudly. Anyway, what he said about so I answered his question, right? So he cannot answer my question about a hierarchy of evidence. What is it actually based on? Is it based on any science or whatever? Okay.
Here's
Is
a randomized control trial, which is higher than a cohort study, and it's
okay? Let
this
me
one
ask.
is based
Let
on
me.
the community, basically making
Wait,
plant-based,
hold
making
on, hold on.
people.
You're saying that it's higher than a cohort study on that hierarchy? But where did that hierarchy come from? We keep asking you. We want a source on that.
The
What-
hierarchy of evidence is what science believes. It like meta studies are the highest form of science.
Science
You're
believes
asking me to
this.
cite something.
Science
that's
doesn't
common
believe
science
anything,
knowledge,
Jeffrey.
Garland.
Do you understand
Yeah, you don't
that
believe
science
anything.
and belief, science and
You're like
belief
a
are two
flat
different
earther with
things?
your
Science and belief are two different things. Science is open-ended.
You guys are
There's-
so
there-
boring with this nonsense. So
There's-
you're going to
there's
show me
no-
studies.
Pull up that study again. Pull up that study again, and we go through that shit. How about that? Can you zoom in so I can read a little bit of that?
Jeffrey,
So,
can you zoom in on that?
Zoom in it. Oh, why is he gone now?
I think you did that accidentally.
Okay. I want to look at that study a bit.
Jeffrey, come back on and let's talk about that study that you're bringing to the table.
Let me ask some questions about that. Let's see if he can answer them. Because he says that I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, let's see about that. I mean, he made claims about hay last stream, which I absolutely stomped him on. He made claims about farm subsidies last stream, also which I absolutely eviscerated him on. So yeah, this guy's a clown. I'm sorry to tell you, Jeff. It's that simple.
I thought that he accidentally logged off, but maybe he did run away scared.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I mean, let's just wait for him a little bit.
Well, let's talk about this hierarchy.
Yeah, vegans invoke this a lot. You know what actually is at the bottom of the hierarchy? Expert opinion. Okay. And it seems to me that this is actually the origin of that hierarchy of evidence. It's based on expert opinion. So the thing refutes itself. Isn't that funny?
That is funny.
At least that's what I've sort of seen of it. I've never seen like vegans actually support that with any sort of source, but yeah. Again, I would be just maybe it's like based on some scientists came to some agreement or whatever, or some position paper of some organization or anything like that. But is this pyramid itself actually based on, for example, meta-analysis or whatever? And he said like, a top tier study is like a meta-analysis or because it's high up there. That is not necessarily a given because there are shitty meta-analyses, right?
Right. There a meta-analysis allows the quote unquote researchers to cherry pick studies and omit others. Jeffrey would tell you, I believe this is what he actually claimed, was that no, a meta-analysis includes all studies and they don't exclude anything. It's not true.
Yeah,
That
that is definitely not true. Did you really claim that? I mean,
Yes.
this would be hilarious. Like all the study. My goodness. Okay. No, I mean, yeah, meta-analyses contain a bunch of studies, and they summate that according to some selection criteria. But the thing is that if you have shitty studies, if the meta-analysis is made up of shitty studies, then it doesn't matter. Like the data is not magically improved by that, just by adding up these studies in a meta-analysis, right? So this is just irrelevant, really.
Yeah, I think meta-analysis should actually be at the bottom unless they do, if they can prove that, and there's different layers of bias that can come into a meta-analysis, but just to knock out the first one, if you could just make sure that every study on this subject that was ever done is included on this subject, then you might be able to say, depending on how the other test pieces of the study were placed, you might say, well, this might have some credibility. But for the most part, I think that if you go through every meta-analysis that was published, you'll be able to sit there and very quickly point out the bias and the fraud that's being carried out, because this is scientific fraud in many cases, which veganism is kind of founded on, is scientific fraud.
Yeah, and like he mentioned, like he has some randomized control trial. I would just like to look at this randomized control trial. It would be interesting. But he's gone apparently. I don't know what's happening. Is his internet connection gone, or
I don't know. At first I thought he just accidentally logged off, but at this point I kind of leaning towards just scared and running,
Yeah.
But yeah, the willingness on the screen, you've got the science dogma, the willingness of many or most people to accept that an idea that the science on a particular matter is settled. That's kind of like the cornerstone of science, is that nothing is ever settled and can always be questioned. And then to go on, and that is the very definition of dogma, a principle or set of principles laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true. And you see this not only in the vegan community, but also in the carnivore community, that segment of the carnivore community that demands that eating carbohydrates in any amount, even in small amounts, is sacrilegious.
Yeah. But yeah, being scientific has something to do with critical thinking. And yeah, people like Jeffrey Phillips, he said like, oh, how dare you just look at the raw unadjusted outcome data. But he sort of made it seem like I just sort of ignored the adjusted quote unquote data when I actually gave a critique of why I reject that data. I didn't just flat out ignore it or something. So this is just ridiculous. I mean, you can actually take something from a study and look critically at it and not just accept it, right? But no, he just accepts this apparently. And by the way, he also claimed that no vegan ever cites the study. That is not true. I have seen on one of your live streams that Michael McCaffrey cited this study, this Adventist 2 cohort study. This is actually, I heard about this from vegans themselves. Like, this study is very well cited. I think also Mike the Vegan cites this study very often. So this is not some random study or something. This is like a very big study, actually. And he says that, like, oh, this is like a lower level study, or it's because it's a cohort study. Meanwhile, this is actually the main type of study that we have in this field of nutrition science, nutritional epidemiology, like food frequency questionnaire studies. This is like the main type of study that we have. And all these meta-analyses and systematic reviews that he's gonna cite, they have these studies, and this is basically the main material that these kinds of meta-analyses, like this hierarchy of evidence, is basically made of. So yeah, but apparently I'm the one who doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay, I had so many critical questions towards Jeffrey. It's unbelievable, but he's just running away apparently, or I don't know what is going on. Would have been funny to ask him some of these questions. Hello?
What are some of the questions you wanted to ask?
Well, basically the thing about how his study that he showed or splashed at the screen, how this study was really conducted. Like, what is the sample size and what is the duration of the study, for example, or what is the, like, where these people actually, what's this actually a randomized control trial where these people really under control, under proper control, in laboratory setting, where they watched and observed, where the two groups equalized with the exception of the one thing that they're looking at, right?
Right.
Because you actually have to put the controls before the data collection. And I'm pretty sure this study actually did not do that, because we don't have that kind of study in nutrition science. We don't have long-term, large-scale randomized control trials where the participants are really locked in labs for multiple years, where every aspect of their life is controlled and observed, where the only difference is like the intervention. So such studies don't exist. So I just wanted to see, like, whether or not he finally found that study, you know. I'm pretty sure he didn't, actually. But yeah, let me just show you something, right? Because this is actually relevant, you know, because confounders are abundant in this field, actually. Because you have to understand, these studies, they let people just live their lives, right? They hand them questionnaires, which themselves are questionable in terms of accuracy, because people lie or they forget what they have eaten, right?
Mhm.
And the questionnaires don't capture the full complexity of, like, food intake and food quality and food interactions and things like that. So this is already questionable itself. But then they let these people go basically and live their lives just on their own way, basically, without any control whatsoever. Of course, there's going to be confounders, and like it's just crazy to me how anyone can think this is legit science. So let me just share my screen real quick. Wait a second. Where was that? Can you see that?
It's on screen.
Yeah, so there's plant-based diet versus Mediterranean dietary patterns and their social demographic determinants in the Spanish population. Right. So this is basically a study that also looks at like lifestyle factors, right? And they say here people following a vegetarian or vegan diet have lower body mass index, and they consume less fried food, less fast food, and less ultra processed dishes, and fewer energy drinks or sugary beverages. They also do more exercise and sleep longer hours, smoke less, and consume less alcohol frequently. So yeah, those are the kinds of confounders that I'm talking about, and many more. So this is just a like very tiny selection of potential confounders. And here's also another such study. This is, by the way, a meta-analysis, right? So Jeffrey's favorite style of evidence, right?
Oh yeah.
And
Jeffrey
basically it looks at health risk factors associated with meat, fruit, and vegetable consumption. So what kind of associations are with eating more meat versus eating less meat and eating more fruits and vegetables and things like that? And as you can already guess, it's like these kinds of things: less smoking and like having better education and things like that. So healthy user bias, to make it simple, healthy versus unhealthy user bias. So the typical plant eater, so to speak, is a person who tends to be like who exercise more and who is sleeping more and who lives a healthy lifestyle right off the bat, even before going into the
I have a question to ask you about that. Is your typical plant eater that's bought the popular dogma that a plant-based diet is healthier and is pursuing a healthy, the confounding variables, like, well, yeah, they're in the segment that's trying to make a difference in their health, so they're also exercising and doing these other things, but these are all people who are early in their plant-based journey. The majority of people that go on a plant-based journey end up dropping out because of health problems and just a general feeling like dog feces. So I think that that bias is going to be there to a certain extent in the data, because the majority of these plant-based people who are also making other efforts to be healthy, like exercising, that in a very short period of time, they're no longer in that segment of being plant-based. Because again, most plant-based people drop out within the first 2 years. So I think that without disclosing that or discussing that, I think that the hammer doesn't come down on veganism quite as hard as it should as a result of that not being kind of at least acknowledged in the data, because I think you're talking about the confounding factors that, because most people think, plant-based, and when they first do that, they cut out all the ultra processed foods at the same time. They stop eating ice cream. They stop eating Snickers bars, chocolate bars. They stop eating all of the ultra processed candies. They, for a period of time, they've cut out a lot of sugar and a lot of starch, and as a result, there's a short term improvement in the way that they look and the way they feel. But then once you move past the changes that can come with cutting back on a macronutrient that you've been getting too much of, later on down the line could be years when essential micronutrient deficiencies start to show up. And regardless of whether or not someone is pursuing a healthy lifestyle and they're exercising and they're getting good sleep, but they're eating a vegan diet, after a certain period of time, they're going to hit a wall.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you cannot outrun a bad diet, right? But yeah, as you can see in these graphs, there is like, for example, a positive relationship or correlation with eating more fruit. So as you go up in the fruit intake per gram per day, the percentage of university attendance also rises, for example, right? So those are the kinds of confounders, like people who eat more fruits and vegetables, they tend to be middle class, more middle class or upper middle class type people. They tend to be... Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I can hear you.
Okay. Because the sound was cutting out, so I thought the connection was gone or something. But yeah,
I was muting myself so that you could, if I had any feedback or anything, I wanted to minimize that while you're speaking.
But yeah, like I said, there's like multiple sources of confounding when it comes to that. I even saw a study. I have to show this in another video, but I saw a study that even has a correlation between adverse child events and increased meat consumption. Like there's like a correlation there. So good luck for controlling for that in any of these studies, right? As you can see, there's like crazy associations that can potentially confound your results. So, and it also says here in the study, in conclusions, the result of this meta-analysis supported by the available data are largely consistent with a potential clustering of health risk factors that may confound the associations between food and cancer, in particular meat, fruit, and vegetable. Due to practical and ethical considerations, conducting long-term controlled randomized trial on meat consumption and health outcomes is not possible. The main issue when considering results from observational studies regards the presence of several covariates that may be related to both the exposure and the outcome. The effect of individual foods or nutrients retrieved in observational studies cannot be studied in isolation. Adjusting for confounders may be incomplete and in some cases even not sufficient to limit their effect on the final risk estimate. So there goes that, right? So it's actually very difficult to have any kind of hard conclusion drawn, like more meat equals more death. Like making any causal inferences is actually impossible because we don't have long-term, large-scale experiments, controlled experiments on human beings in this field. And no matter
Right.
what kind of study Jeffrey pulls out, it's not going to be sufficient evidence for any causal claim that he wants to make.
Right. So even though we could sit here and pick apart the meta-analysis, every meta-analysis would have to be, graded on its own merit, and just labeling it a meta-analysis, because you and I could do a meta-analysis. We could do it, and we could do it on whatever subject we wanted, and we are under no obligation to include every study that was ever done on the specific subject that we're doing a meta-analysis on. If there's a study out there whose result does not match the claim we're trying to make with this meta-analysis, we can omit it. There's no rule that says that you have to include studies that contradict your claim, your meta-analysis claims. If I'm wrong, correct me. But if I'm right, then that means that a meta-analysis might actually be at the bottom of the hierarchy, depending upon the meta-analysis. Each one would have to be graded upon its merits, which would start with, give me the list of studies that were included in this meta-analysis. And I would be willing to do that with any meta-analysis that you brought to the table. I would be willing to bet that it would pass the test. In other words, it wouldn't have omitted data in order to achieve a pre-desired outcome. And that type of bias is common in meta-analysis.
Yeah, my thing is that, let's say you have a meta-analysis of 10 or 20 studies, but all these studies are, I don't know, case studies. So just each study looking at one case report. Yeah, you have 20 studies, but this is like very non-representative evidence. And yeah, so this is not a really good thing, right? This doesn't help us really. Yeah, it has the label meta-analysis. Okay, good. But if the studies that are contained in that meta-analysis are subpar, low-level evidence, then it doesn't matter. That's sort of the thing. And yeah, I'm pretty sure there's also cherry picking of studies going on in meta-analyses in general. But I would just say that even if that wasn't the case, there's so little evidence, actual evidence in human nutrition science, that it's not even mattering in the grand scheme of things, actually. I mean, yeah, we have epidemiology, and that's pretty much it. I mean,
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. So
Well, got that, and we can look at the people around us. I mean, we can look at. I mean, we can't help, each of us as individuals, looking at the data that's around us. What's happening to family members, what's happening to the people that are eating all of this plant-based food, whether it's like the standard omnivore that's eating a bunch of ultra-processed junk that happens to be made up of a bunch of plant starches and plant sugars and plant oils, And those people that are eating most of those products are the ones that are the most overweight, the most commonly diabetic, and most commonly cancer riddled, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, or if we look at the vegans on YouTube, yeah, I mean, everyone can judge for themselves whether or not they look healthy or not, whether or not you would take health advice from them. No. But there's also, of course, anthropology and archaeology and what have our ancestors eaten. That might be a sort of a heuristic that we might be interested in, because millions of years of evolution and selection pressures definitely left their mark on us. In terms of like organ systems, like in stomach acidity, like our stomach acidity, and our intestines, they're very much designed to digest meat, and similar to other carnivores. Vegans always say, oh, but we don't have these sharp pointy teeth, we don't have these lion, or we don't have the teeth like a lion or something. But this shows that they don't really understand how evolution works, because we don't need sharp pointy teeth in order to catch prey, to hunt down prey, because we had brains and they enabled us to create tools.
Have you seen my video on this subject?
Yeah, I think your video was titled "Humans Are Not Frugivores." That was a very good video, and it was one of my favorite videos. That was, vegans have such a weird understanding of how evolution works. But yeah, the very, very great video. You showed like the what was this crab called? This little crab that uses like bottlenecks or something. What was that called?
Are you talking about a bottleneck event?
No, like this. You showed in that video at the end of that some kind of crab or some kind of creature that used.
Oh yeah. The hermit crab.
Yeah.
The hermit crab, which you find on beaches around the world, it does not grow its own shell, but it's perfectly designed to fit inside the coil of a conch shell, which is a type of sea snail. And so it actually isn't shouldered with the biological liability of having to produce its own shell. Its liability lies in the fact that it has to come out of its shell for just a moment in order to enter a larger shell as it's growing. And so it is vulnerable as it's changing its pants, so to speak. But other than that, it's got an advantage in the fact that it doesn't grow its own shell, even though it's specifically designed to live in a shell. And the same is true for human beings and what I call the kill tooth, which is Another species, predators, usually the canine, and the canine in human beings is not as pronounced as most predators because we've not needed it, because like the hermit crab, we've sourced our canine teeth from the environment, and we get it by using our unparalleled brain power and our unparalleled manual dexterity, along with our opposable thumb, to fashion, scientifically fashion, the canine tooth to rule all canine teeth, which is the spearhead, made of usually a stone called flint. And that is our kill tooth. That not only frees us from the liability of having to biologically produce that tooth, but now we don't have to actually place our head in harm's way while we kill our prey, because our canine tooth is at the end of a stick. And so we can stand some feet away and make the kill bite. And it's the same type of behavior and survival behavior, using things in the environment, sometimes found as they are, sometimes manipulated to serve as an organ or a body feature, so that species can thrive.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? How efficient the human species is. Yeah, so like what vegans claim, oh, we don't have the lion teeth. Amazing argument. I wonder if many vegans still make that argument.
Well, here's an analogy. It's a similar situation. I can't remember if I covered this in that video, but if you know anything about like sea lions, they have that big puffy, almost like a goatee around their mouth. It's got lots of whiskers coming off, and this thing is specifically designed to serve as kind of like a broom along the sea bottom, and using that to uncover prey underneath that layer of silt that's on top of a lot of creatures, and hiding a lot of creatures on the seafloor. And so there are species of dolphins that have learned to grab a sea sponge and hold it in a way in their mouth that mimics that same biological structure that you find naturally on walruses and sea lions, but the dolphins are using a sea sponge instead, but they're using in the same manner that the walruses and the sea lions are using their natural whisker area. They're using the sea sponge. The dolphins are using the sea sponges to get the same job done, and so they're able to broaden their menu. And so now they not only can hunt fish and eat fish, but now they can hunt different types of wildlife that are living underneath that layer of sea silt, because they now have developed a tool that's mimicking a biological feature on another species.
Wow, this is amazing. Like nature forces these beings to innovate, so to speak. This is unbelievable. And to imagine that vegans would just be better off with the world being a parking lot. I mean, and not have this wonder of nature.
I really think that without the urbanization that's occurred, I think that the vegan movement would have no hope, because urbanization has removed people from the source of their nutritional sustenance, and so people can be lied to, and they can believe these things because they're coming from, you know, someone in a perceived position of authority.
Yeah, but they say that they're all about science, yet they make the appeal to authority, which is unscientific. But yeah, apparently Jeffrey Phillips ran away, as it seems. I'm pretty sure he will later claim, "Oh, my internet was gone" or whatever. I mean, this can happen, of course, but I think it's unlikely, actually. I think it's more likely. I mean, look how much time has passed. I think it's more likely that he's like, oh shit, he actually asked critical questions and not just blindly accepts the studies that I throw at him. Oh my God. He's like, you know, I find it funny, like he comes on here in every live stream and under your comment section, under community tab posts, and he's like laughing and trolling and, you know, acting all high and mighty, when in reality he doesn't know anything, and it's just funny to me. But yeah.
Well, that's most vegans, right? That's most vegans, but he got caught up in that crowd with Chris Hines and vegan gays and David Rams, that whole crew, which, as best I can tell, they're kind of subordinate to Carb Strong and Earthling Ed. But I did pull up a couple of things I wanted to share, because I talked about this on our last live stream, and I was talking about the red and processed meat, and here's Google Scholar, and if you put in quotes the phrase red and processed, you'll get all of these studies that red meat and processed meat were inexplicably paired together as a unit. You see this? Red and processed meat, as if it's the same thing, one and the same. Red and processed meat. And this phrase has been hammered into people's heads, and so they're just constantly, demonizing red and processed meat. But red meat and processed meat are two different things. There's no credible reason to lump them together like this. This is scientific fraud. Because if you want to do a study on red meat, do a study on red meat. Don't pair it with processed meat to see what the results might be. Because processed meat has an issue. And that's what I want to show you.
Where I think there might also be studies that looked at these two meats separately, but in the same study, so compared them maybe. But yeah, I think I saw one of those studies that basically said it has processed meat had some kind of correlation with some negative health outcomes, but not red meat per se. But I can't remember the title of the study right now.
Well, processed meat contains nitrites and nitrates, and both of them cause harm to the hemoglobin in our red blood cells. It creates something called methemoglobin, and the more of that is in your blood, then the worse your blood is at carrying oxygen where it's needed. And so when we eat processed meats, we're consuming these preservatives that are reacting with the hemoglobin in our blood that makes our blood less able to oxygenate our tissues. And the reason why that is important was my next thing here is the fact that cancer cells are primed for decrease in oxygen. So the more your cells are deprived of oxygen, the higher the cancer rate would be. And so if you are eating nitrates, if you're drinking nitrites or nitrates, or you're eating nitrites or nitrates on a regular basis, you're not consuming enough to actually rob your body of all of its oxygen and you die that day. But you're very likely to be causing enough damage to your hemoglobin so that your body is on a chronic, slightly low oxygenation state, which to me would reasonably lead to higher rates of cancer. So any processed meat that's processed with nitrites or nitrates, it goes to reason, would increase rates of cancer. And so that's why, yes, there may be a bacon cancer link, causal. And it's not because of the pork meat. It's because of the preservatives. That industry, the same industry that's populated with corporations that have signed on with the WEF's anti-meat agenda, that those same corporations are instead of using salt, which was used historically and doesn't have any of these side effects, instead of using salt, use nitrites or nitrates as a preservative, which also harms the hemoglobin in the blood of the consumer. And so we use that tendency for modern nitrate or nitrite laden processed meat to have high consumers, to have a higher cancer rate, capitalize on that by pairing inexplicably processed meats with red meat, so that they in the public's mind, they're one and the same. Red and processed meat, it's one category. Bullshit, it's not. Red meat should be studied as its own thing. If you want to pair processed meat with something, why don't you pair it with a vegan diet? Or why don't you pair it with broccoli? Why don't you pair it with spinach? Go pair it with wheat. Go pair it with cornmeal. Go, if you want to pair it with something, why are you choosing to pair it with red meat? Has that been explained? No, it's not, because there's not an excuse. There's not anything except for fraud, scientific fraud, that can explain 500,000 studies done on a category called red and processed meat. It's a fraudulent phrase.
Yes, and I think there's some research that is honest about this, actually. Let me show you something real quick. Wait a second. So this is study titled Animal Board Invited Review the Contribution of Red Meat to Adult Nutrition and Health Beyond Protein. And it goes over the benefits and potential risks of red meat consumption. There are benefits for consumption of moderate but not high red meat diets. More iron and zinc are absorbed from red meat than from plant sources. Red meat is nutrient dense and makes an important contribution to adult diets. Let me just look at this nutritional value. Wait, where is it? Health benefits versus health risks. Okay. Because I think the study actually mentions the nitrate issue. Where was it? So this is about the benefits. Let's look at the risk real quick. Where was this with the nitrates? Wait a second. It should be some. It should be here, but it also talks about how there's like confounding in these studies that demonize red meat. So, for example, let me read this. The potential risks associated with high red meat consumption in relation to chronic disease have garnered significant attention, but are largely based on observational studies, which are vulnerable to confounding from other diet and lifestyle factors that influence disease risks. For example, high red meat intakes are associated with low intakes of fruit, whole grains, and nuts, and high intakes of oil, probably meaning seed oils, which would be expected to influence disease risk. A study on the US NHANES database, which reported a receiver operating characteristic analysis, revealed 77% area under the curve for CVD history, which was classified by obesity, low level activity, smoking, low fiber intake, age above 60 years, and low health professional engagement, with meat consumption not a major factor. Recent systematic review and meta-analyses based on observational studies have reported positive associations between higher red meat and processed meat consumption and cancer incidence, CVD, and type 2 diabetes. So again, linking red meat and processed meat together. However, similar analyses have reported clinically insignificant associations with chronic disease risks or clear differences between risk attributed to lean versus processed meat. In a systematic review and meta-regression, unprocessed red meat only had a weak association with colorectal cancer, breast cancer, and type 2 diabetes and heart disease, but no association with stroke. Wait, where's the nitrate stuff? But as you can see, there's like a lot of noise in the data, but they point out clinically insignificant association, which means that the real world effect that this had is like insignificant. Wait, where was the stuff about nitrates? I thought I had this in the study. Because sometimes they do mention this. But yeah, they also talk about the benefits of red meat consumption, that it's more bioavailable and nutrient dense and so on and so forth. But yeah, what you said is definitely true. For some reason, it escapes me right now where this nitrate issue is mentioned here. Maybe it was another study. Anyway, but yeah, we have discussed health a lot. And again, no sign from Jeffrey Phillips, so I assume he's not gonna appear on stream today anymore.
I doubt it.
Here's, but here's the thing: we want a vegan on the stream that wants to have a serious discussion actually about these issues.
Did you
also-
ever dream that it would be this hard to get a vegan to talk about these animals and their suffering and death?
Well, no, but I mean, if these vegans really care about animals, then they should come on here and we discuss these things in a civil manner, in a manner that is productive. Not every conversation with a vegan has to be debate style or confrontational. We can just look at the facts and see and ask questions and look at the evidence. Yeah.
Well, that's I did email Reasonable Vegan late this afternoon. I don't know that he checked his email. He may not have seen it, but I guess we'll know eventually. If he never replies, then he just doesn't want to talk to us. But I told him that you had some questions that you wanted to ask him. And when would he like to come on and talk to you?
Yeah, he has. I saw one of his videos. He said he has some hypothetical. So the hypothetical goes like this: you stand alone in the woods with a rifle. There's an apple tree, and you want to grab the apple, but there's this. I forgot the animal. I think it was a deer, and that deer eats the apple, and you shoot the deer in order to get the apple. And he asked then the question, would this be a vegan thing to do? And he sort of compared that to rodenticides or something. He's like really fixated on rodenticides for some reason.
I know why. Because that was the first crop deaths that I explained to him beyond what was his prior understanding, which was that crop deaths began and ended with those animals that were killed during the harvest process, the harvesting process. And there's a propaganda paper that they have that estimated the number of animals killed by crop agriculture, and it's limited only to those animals that are killed as a result of harvesting, the act of harvesting, which is does it kill animals? Certainly. Does it kill animals in the largest amounts when you look at the toxic monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu? The answer is no. It's in the minority. The majority of the animals come about that die. Their deaths and suffering come about because of the intentional application of lethal crop protection measures, including poisons that sometimes take up to 14 days to slowly bleed one of these animals to death out there in the field. The second tragedy is that lots of secondary poisoning occurs, because you'll have, say, a field mouse or some little mouse looking thing eats these rodenticides, slowly and miserably dies over a week or two, and then is either twitching in the throes of death in a field, or already dead, and some endangered owl comes along and says, "Oh, free meal," and eats this poisoned creature, and ends up dying itself from the same anticoagulant poisons that are intentionally placed on these crops to kill wildlife. So there's cascades and layers of death that occur because of the toxic monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu.
Yeah, and vegans want to play this game of, oh, this is all for livestock, or something, or that the majority of it is because of livestock feed. I have a new video on that shows that livestock and crops associated with livestock feed have the lowest amount of pesticide sprayed on them, and have the lowest amount of pesticide toxicity hazard, and the highest amount is from like fruits, and vegans eat a lot of fruit, much more than a non-vegan. And let me also show you something else to add to that. Didn't show this in my video, but I should have shown this in my video.
Was this which video was this? What's the name of it?
It's my most recent video.
Clueless Beacon gets wrecked.
Right, but can you show that on screen here?
Yeah.
What is
Rise in
So-
veganism behind sales increase in fruit and vegetables.
right? So the fruits and vegetables that have the highest pesticide footprint and toxicity footprint, that basically drives the pesticide market, are increasing due to veganism. This is just crazy, right?
Right, because the fruits and the vegetables, and I would say the fruits probably are responsible for the majority of that pear's pesticide footprint, wouldn't you? Because the fruits, unlike the vegetables, the fruits are much more much more sweet. The sugar is there for the fruits versus in other words, I think that the reason why there aren't as many pesticides used on things like hay is because there's really not much there for most creatures. There's really just ruminants that can benefit from eating hay. You don't have to ward off a bunch of fruit bats. You don't have to try to, protect hay from a bunch of songbirds, because they're not interested in that. What they're interested in is sugary fruit flesh. And so
Right.
the fruit and the fruit even more than the vegetables, because the vegetables, that would include things like even spinach. So spinach might attract things like local cottontail rabbits and little animals like that, deer. But you don't use typically pesticides for deer. Fruits, on the other hand, they're attracting a lot of insects, a lot of songbirds, fruit bats, a lot. They like a magnet, it pulls these animals in, because these animals are specially adapted to be able to sense any of their natural food items within probably miles. Just being downwind, they'll catch a drift of it and they'll locate it and they'll try to eat it. And it doesn't matter whether it's a fruit bat or a songbird or some type of fruit-loving worm, fruit-loving caterpillar, fruit-loving butterfly, fruit-loving insect beetle. All of those are attacked and killed intentionally using toxic pesticides. And, that's an intentional death versus what, someone like Carb Strong or Earthling Ed, they always say, well, these deaths are not intentional. No. As far as the deaths during the harvesting, which are considerably high, but yes, I'll grant you that those deaths are not intentional. You're out there harvesting. But those deaths that occur because of intentional application of poisons or intentional shooting. Did you ever see the video on the crop protection permits for deer and how they had changed to allow more guns?
Yeah. And they also trap animals. Vegans always say, oh, but you cage these animals in animal agriculture. You keep them in cages. But they also do the same thing in crop protection. I have a video on my channel which was actually age restricted because apparently it is too graphic to show the animals being massacred and caged by the plant agriculture that provides the vegan food. They have like wild hogs trapped in cages, which when you look at that video, they just slam themselves against that cage. They want to get out as fast as possible. They're really like screaming, and vegans never look at that footage and go like, oh my God, this is animal abuse. This is so horrible. You're not going to see that kind of footage in a vegan documentary that is shown on Netflix or anything like that.
Yeah. Can you see on your screen right now? I've got killing gophers and moles with propane, step by step.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is, for me, being a regenerative rotational ruminant grazer, gophers and moles, I want them on my property. They're going to be doing all the things out in the field, out in the prairie, out on the natural forages that I'm trying to propagate. They're going to be adding to the oxygenation of the soil. They're going to be digging tunnels that during hard rains will help feed the water table. I'm not going to be killing gophers and moles, and I'm certainly not going to be blowing them up with propane. But that is one of the primary ways that crop protection from gophers and moles is carried out. So they pump these gases down under the surface and into the gopher's holes, and then they light fire to it. And
wow.
Can you imagine if we did that with cattle in the slaughter process, that we, put them in a room full of propane and then lit a match?
This is what vegans not understanding, like their whole worldview is just built on quicksand. I mean, look at this. This is nowhere near humane or cruelty-free, as the vegans like to say. This is the exact opposite.
Right. Like Nutrivore likes to say, is, oh, you will just we'll just keep displacing nature little bit at a time, and we'll just peacefully encroach. And then once we have them, you know, kind of captive, then we'll let them live out their natural lives, so to speak. Meanwhile, this
I
is
find
what
that
they're
funny.
doing.
I find it funny because I could just ask him to name the traits. I could just ask him to, would you do the same to humans? You know, displace them and.
You know what they say? They say, under which circumstance? Because in their mind, they can sit there and figure, yeah, there's some circumstances where we would want to gas humans and then light a match with propane. You know, everything's relative in their world, and whatever promotes the vegan diet, the vegan religion, is good. But none of them have ever sat down and gone through all of the inhumane ways that animals suffer and die so that the items on the vegan menu can be produced.
They're not interested in learning about that, apparently. But we want to have vegan on that is interested in learning about that and that wants to talk about these kinds of things. But yeah, I think this is something. This is an issue that really exposes the vegan movement and shows that they don't care about animals at all. If they actually cared about animals, they would have done this research. Why do we have to do this research when they profess to care so much about the animals? They should be pulling up these studies about pesticide footprint. They would be. They should be looking into this. Yeah, but they're not really concerned about animals. They're concerned about some egotistical desire to appear more morally virtuous and to claim moral superiority, basically. But yeah, by the way, can we like watch or react to something that would be probably interesting for people?
Yeah, we could do that. What would you like to react to?
I don't know, something that is related to like for example, there's a David Rams video that or some live stream that says crop deaths are not the vegan problem or something.
That has really been promoted a lot lately, hasn't it? I've seen it a lot on my feed.
Yeah, I mean, we might not look at this whole stream, but we can look at certain sections of it, maybe, and say or give our 2 cents about that.
Okay. Pulling it up. Yeah, the one that's got me as a farmer.
Yeah.
Anyone else out there notice that video being promoted a lot? All right. This is it, right?
Yeah. So just some couple of sections, because we probably don't have enough time to go through this whole thing.
Yeah, I say the first 30 minutes are just them insulting me, pretty much. And then I think they start bringing up some papers before then. Okay, let's see. Right there. Maybe right here. 20
Yeah,
minutes.
wherever you want.
All right, let's try starting here.
This oil is used for biodiesel and stuff like that. That's what he's going to
Okay.
want to admit, and this is one of them. There's something like palm, for example.
What you're saying is okay. What the argument from the anti-vegan side is well, they say, okay, if you eliminated all animal agriculture, only 7% of the soy grown would be 7% less. That
I think that's kind of a straw man. I never heard a anti-vegan say that it would just be 7% less. I mean, the 7% he refers to is like the crops that are directly given to animals, like that are grown and given directly to animals. Most of what is given to animals is processed, post-processed meal, leftovers from oil, soybean oil production. Yeah,
correct.
Now vegans claim that the meal is driving the soybean market, or is like more valuable or something. The data that I've found on that shows like it's 50-50. Sometimes the oil is more valuable and drives the crush margins. So I think this soybean thing is just really redundant, also in the face of us needing a protein source in a vegan world, and soy would be like a prime candidate. And soybeans are one of the few plant proteins that are sort of full proteins with a complement of amino acids, a full complement of amino acids, and we would lose that in vegan world, so we would have to replace it with something like soy. So I don't think soy would decrease in a vegan world. It would probably increase, or even if it, let's say it would decrease, I don't think it would dramatically decrease. Yeah.
Well, if it decreased, then what would you replace the protein with? I mean, I guess there's pea protein, but is it as complete as? And let's be clear. While every amino acid is there, they're not there in the same ratios that are required for optimal human health. That needs to be addressed, which is that just because you've got a small number of a specific amino acid doesn't mean that it's there in the quantities required for human health. It may be there just as it's technically there. Yeah. Is it there in sufficient quantities is the question. And soy is the best that the plant world has to offer, but is it in optimal ratios of amino acids for human health? No. Period. They're not even as digestible, so they've got a lower bioavailability. And in addition to that, things like glyphosate, Roundup, super high. Those residual pesticides, cancer causing, billions and billions of dollars going out paying victims.
Yeah,
super
I mean,
high in soy proteins, as well as the hexane. The hexane has been found to be in the oil. It's in the oil, and it's also in the meal that still contains oil. So you really can't get all the oil out. You can get a lot of it out with crushing it first and then soaking it in gasoline or hexane. But where there's going to be a little bit of oil left in that meal, there's going to be some hexane there too. And we know that the soybean oil is causing genetic changes in the brain. And I think most of that is attributable to probably a combination of the toxic glyphosate and the pesticides.
yeah, and also the pesticides are disrupting microbiome in the soil, which makes it harder for those soils to be fertile and actually produce nutrient-dense food, which means that we have to consume more of that plant food in order to get the same amount of nutrition, further decimating the soil, rinse and repeat. So this is not sustainable. This is the snake that eats its own tail. But yeah, let's further watch that to see what they have to say.
That's the claim. That's one of the other claims I've heard, right? So let me just rephrase that again. So if animal ag ceased to exist, pop, it's gone. The claim is there would only be a 7% reduction in corn being grown. Therefore, that means that all those crop deaths that come from soy, sorry, is it soy? It was soy, not corn.
Yeah, soy. We're talking about soy.
My bad, soy.
Yeah.
So all those crop deaths that come from soy, right? They're coming. Animal ag isn't causing it because it's only 7%, and 7% is a big number, but it's not that big, right? I mean, geez. But then what your claim brings to light is that, well, no, actually, if animal ag ceased to exist, that entire industry would be turned on its head. That would be. It's a requirement. It's a co-product. It's codependent, right? They're
not just going to continue growing it because it would be so cost inefficient. And in fact, what happens is currently.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so wait, actually play more of that because I want to see his justification for the claim that he just made.
Okay.
Is because soy meal is seen as what's known as a determining product, which is the one that kind of drives the demand.
Okay, pause on that. Yeah, but what's his source on that claim? He says that meal is the determining product that drives the soybean market. I have not seen this kind of evidence. I mean, maybe this was true historically, but it's definitely not true now. Yeah, I actually, can you open up another tab and go to my channel? I have actually a video on this.
Yeah.
It's just 6 minutes long, or 5 minutes long. We can quickly watch that. On that whole soy conundrum.
All right.
And soy is not even that huge of a livestock feed and compared to other livestock feeds, by the way. Most of what animals eat is actually grass when we look at but yeah, I think soy is like, I don't know, 5% or so of the global feed. But yeah, just scroll down. Scroll down. Yeah, debunking vegan. Wait. You're scroll up again. Scroll up. Yeah, debunking vegan propaganda about soybeans.
We tried everything. But Charlie still struggled with math.
Just skip that. Just skip. No.
Soybeans can be processed in various ways to get various end products, even in your own kitchen. And of the two, soy cakes and soy oil, soy cakes are the primary economic driver.
Just pause to read that if you...
Soybean oil is the market driver right now, not meal. That, along with many other developments, has brought us to a new level in the market for possibilities, says Good. These are exciting times in the soybean market.
This comes from the United Soybean Board.
Right. The United Soybean Board has debunked David Rams and Chris Hines.
Right. There's more additional sources. Just continue playing that real quick.
Oops.
Soy cakes are the primary economic driver.
Soy cakes are the primary economic driver? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, this is what Debug Your Brain said.
Debunk Your Brain said that. Soy food feed land use change. I guess I missed something there. The global growth in the production of soy and its use for different types of foods has been and continues to be a major contributor to land use change in the Amazon and other regions in South America.
Just keep playing that.
All right.
There it is.
The rapid expansion of soy and its use for feed is therefore likely to have been facilitated by current increases in the demand for vegetable oil.
Yeah, just keep playing. The evidence is amounting, right? This was basically on a historical perspective here, as far as I understand.
It's playing.
Soy cakes are the primary economic driver.
China, Brazil, and the soybean crush. Yeah, the soybean crush crushes the vegan argument on soy.
Right. It shows that over 2 decades, soybean oil prices are higher than soybean meal prices.
Yep.
Consistently.
Look at that. How many decades is that?
At least 2.
That's from 2000 all the way up to 2019. Wow. Wow, look at that. There's the value of the oil compared to the meal.
Yeah, I mean, you want to tell me that the meal is the driver when it's less valuable? Doesn't make any sense.
Look at that. Well, maybe Jeffrey Phillips saw this graph coming, and that's why he ran. I don't know. Is that why? Maybe it is. All right, let's keep watching it. Yeah. The thing to remember here is that 100% of that oil is purchased and used up in some form or fashion by humans, not livestock. That oil is going to be turned into so-called biodiesel. Humans are going to burn that, and their vehicles and other industrial applications. The oil is going to be used in ultra-processed food production, which is going to go into the diets of omnivores and vegans around the world. All of that oil is consumed by humans. And the human market is more profitable. This is a prime example of that because that oil is a human market. The meal is primarily a livestock market. So the profit margins are much higher when you sell something that's marketed to humans than it would be marketed for livestock consumption. A higher price for soy oil can translate into a greater production of soybeans in general, which in turn can boost the supply of both highly valued soybean oil and generally less expensive soybean meal.
Yeah, so vegans put the cart before the horse, right? They have it
Right.
completely in reverse.
Backwards.
Yeah.
Right.
This has been written by an economist, by the way. So who do you trust more, an economist or vegan activists?
Bottom line, soy oil has a stronger influence on planting decisions than the less valuable soy meal. So which do you think is driving the market? The oil or the meal? Probably the one that has a stronger influence on planting decisions, which is boom, 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 soy oil.
Yeah, I mean, when you dig deeper into vegan claims, these claims just fall apart. I mean, that's, it's so easy to destroy them, actually. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, as long as they're not able to, if they're not in a position to interrupt you and you're able to finish a sentence and finish expressing a thought, I think it's very telling that someone like Jeffrey can't come on here and at least politely, quietly listen to someone else give their, speak their mind. Well, we always start out by extending him that courtesy because we're trying to lead by example. But he goes straight into these ad hominem attacks. What was he was calling us some kind of name? I can't remember. It was some type of bully tactic, as I recall.
What did he call us?
I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something. He was calling us names. He was throwing insults.
Whatever. I mean, he I cannot take him seriously. But anyway, let's watch the rest of that quickly, and then the soy stuff's dealt with.
Yeah, dealt with.
Soy cakes are the primary economic driver.
Vegans are always saying that most soybeans are for the animals, even though that is measured in weight. So 80% or 75% or something goes to the animals. If you measure it in weight, sure. But what you have to realize is that most of the soybeans are actually crushed, and the result of that crushing results in soybean oil and soybean meal. And the soybean oil is actually the driving force behind the crushing because it has the higher profit margins. As this market report points out, since there's so much more meal value than oil value, it would appear that meal value would have greater weight in determining the profitability of soy crush margins. But the chart and correlation statistics indicates that more often than not, soybean oil is the real driver. Mm-hmm. And we have further indication that soybean oil is the real driver because around because across a time period of 10 years, we see a consistent pattern of soybean oil price being higher than soybean meal price. This is from a study that uses FAO data. And we have also additional graphs from Statista. The average prices for soybean oil worldwide from 2014 to 2024. And it is, for example, in 2022, the average price for soybean oil stood at 1,667 nominal US dollars per metric ton. And this is really high, even compared to the soybeans themselves, right? So here's the average price for soybeans in general worldwide in the same time period using the same metrics. And it is actually lower than the soybean oil. So the soybean oil is priced higher than the soybeans themselves, which is really crazy. The average price in 2022 was 540 nominal US dollars per metric ton. So, and higher price means more money gained from per unit.
The soybean oil was worth more than the soybean. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, that's basically what the data shows, or what these graphs show.
That is remarkable. That is an important point, that historically, recently, the oil is more valuable than the whole bean. And again, why is that relevant? Because almost 100% of the world's soybeans are processed to extract the oil, and humans consume, in one way or another, 100% of that oil. So this disproves the vegan claim that a vegan world would entail a decrease in soybean cultivation.
Yeah, exactly. Sold, which means higher profit margins, and profitability is what makes the world go round in our economy. So this is likely the driver behind soybean oil, soybean cultivation in general. It is the oil.
More than 80% of the crop is processed into soybean meal and oil through crushing. And that number will vary. It's 80% is the lowest I've seen. I've seen it as high as 94 or 96%. Crush capacity on the rise, the main driver behind crush capacity expansion is the robust demand for oil. And the oil is consumed by humans, not livestock.
Right. Yeah, a lot of this oil goes into also ultra processed food slop.
Oh, yeah.
And this is also an important report that shows the rise of meat substitute and its relation to the soybean market.
Cell cultured meat and plant-based meat will have a much higher demand for soybeans. So even cell cultured meat would have a much higher demand for soybeans
than beef. Because
well, beef cattle don't consume soybeans. It's less than 1% of the soybeans are consumed by beef cattle.
Yeah, I think our Wealth data shows this. So yeah, this was about the soy thing. I think that to say that it is the meal that drives that is unlikely. So with that being said, we have debunked that claim from Chris Hines. So yeah, let's further watch them embarrass themselves.
Yeah, every time they double down, and they do double down every time, they embarrass themselves and then run. You know, it's like they they sling mud. They walk into a room and start slinging mud, and then once the room is covered in mud or they're muted, they turn and run.
Also, wait. Before we further watch this live stream, let me just show you what animals eat. Right, I have a nice graph on that.
Livestock.
Yeah, livestock.
Animals.
Yes.
I'm pulling it up now. It's on the screen.
This is an FAO report. So this is grass and leaves, crop residues, fodder crops, oil seed cakes, other non-edible byproducts, grains, and other edible. So I would assume oilseed cakes is the soybean that we're talking about, the soybean meal.
Yes.
So yeah, as we can see in this graph, it's not a huge chunk of the worldwide feed, of the worldwide livestock feed, actually.
Yeah, it's extreme, bizarrely extreme minority of the feed, and obviously the number one is grass and leaves, which do not require crop protection measures. They don't require pesticides. And look at the goats and the sheep, the buffalo, it's a majority of their diet. The cattle, it's the majority of their diet. And hey, I'm all for rehabilitating the pig and chicken industries. I think that we should separate both of those industries from the toxic monocropping that's producing the items on the vegan menu. I think all of those items need, if they're using if they've got a heavy pesticide footprint, they need to be just shut down until they can figure out a way to do it without poisoning everyone in the process of cultivating. And that goes for strawberries and, the dirty dozen, green beans, all the fruits and vegetables that are just not only covered in pesticides on the outside, but have been sprayed with pesticides that enter systemically so that you can't wash it off. And that's the majority of the vegan menu. And we know that the vegans would say, oh, truth be known, most vegans eat organic. And then you say, well, organic uses blood meal, bone meal, and manure. You sure about that? And then they start backtracking. Well, no. I get to, 99% of my diet comes every year from my own veganic garden. And at that point, you're talking to a liar.
Yeah, and it's not even possible that everyone has a garden. This is just ridiculous. But yeah, let's continue watching this live stream by David Rams and Chris Hines. I want to see what else they say.
All right.
if there's so many people demanding soy oil, they don't grow any more soy for extra soy oil. They wait until the soy meal market goes up, and people use other oils. So chances are what's going to happen is that if everything gets turned on its head, they're not going to bother using soy oil because it'd be inefficient, and they will move to another oil. And if they move to something like palm, for example, which only uses a very small amount of land compared to soy.
I mean, he just basically claimed that the demand for soybean oil is just fixed or extremely inelastic or something. Like, based on what evidence?
Well, he's making the claim that soybean oil and palm oil are interchangeable, which they are not.
Right, but before that, he said soybean oil is like this, like fixed demand or something, and that only the demand for meal changes or something.
I'm gonna back it up and we'll listen to it one more time.
Oil because it'd be inefficient, and they will move to another oil.
It was before
They're
that.
not going to. So chances are, what's going to happen is that if everything gets turned on its head, they're not going to bother using soy oil because it'd be inefficient, and they will.
He's saying they wouldn't bother using soy oil because it would be inefficient. So if they change to something like palm oil, which has more oil per, but it's a different kind of oil. So these oils are not interchangeable. To say that you could replace soybean oil with palm oil is like saying that you could replace 10W40 with Vaseline. It's two different types of oil, and it's not going to be used for the same things.
Yeah, I mean,
there are some overlap, but overall, it's not the same product.
Yeah, he's just speculating. I mean, the market reports say otherwise. That as we have seen in the video, plant-based meat and cell-cultured meat, they will receive, if their production is increasing, they're going to be using soybeans increasingly. So this is going to be a market driver. And you have also shown in other videos that one of the driving forces behind the soybean market is the demand for vegan protein and things like that. So there's going to be still demand for soybeans in a vegan world. It's just unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, he's just speculating. I mean, based on what?
Well, yeah, based on just whatever sounds good for the vegan cult. Let's go.
Move to another oil. And if they move to something like palm, for example, which only uses a very small amount of land compared to soy, there could be a huge difference in the amount of crops that are grown, the amount of land that's used.
Well, it's a better yield, right? That's the point. It's
a hugely better
yield.
Right.
And that's also, let's be clear here, we're not talking about like unsustainable, killing the orangutans palm oil. We're talking about like there is sustainable palm oil, and
there is no sustainable palm oil. You see how he's looking down right now?
Sustainable palm oil? Well, okay, where's it grown then? How is it grown? How does it work? I never heard about that.
There's no such thing. He is, if he's talking about producing more palm oil, then he's talking about killing orangutans and I think there's a endangered rhino species. There's just a whole list of animals that palm oil production is killing in such high numbers that it's causing outright extinctions of animals. So, look at him. Look at David Ramsey. He's looking in the eye, But then when he says that there's something called sustainable palm oil, he looks down. He can't even look the camera in the eye.
Sustainable, killing the orangutans, palm oil. We're talking about like there is
I wanna-
sustainable palm oil,
I
and
want
it's
to
got a
Google
huge
this
yield. So,
quickly.
It's a huge deal. Did he say that there is something called sustainable palm oil and it's a huge deal? Is that what he
I
said?
just want to make sure we're talking about like there is sustainable palm oil, and it's got a huge yield. So
Oh,
I
it's
just
got
want to make
huge
sure we can
yield.
address that, because that's something.
Huge
Wait,
yield.
Wait, so apparently I Googled this term sustainable palm oil, and apparently it is some type of organization founded by the World Wildlife Fund.
Yeah, so it's not something, it's someone.
Yeah, this is also some agrochemical companies promote this. I don't know what this is yet, but if it's from the World Wildlife Fund, I don't know.
Oh yeah. One of the most corrupt organizations in the world, the WWF.
I have to look into this more. This is kind of interesting, but I have my doubts about that.
And I imagine the anti-vegans would pick on immediately. He wants to kill orangutans.
Apparently, because there is no such thing as sustainable palm oil. If there is, David, if there is, point us to where this is located. Where is it?
Yeah, and how is it?
Details.
How is it grown, and how does it work? Is it not?
What makes it sustainable?
Yeah, I want to know. I mean, I googled it, and I only found like an organization that is called Sustainable Palm Oil. I think Round Table or something, founded by the World Wildlife Fund.
Yeah, those globalists have a lot of round tables.
It's
Well,
hypocrite.
The thing. Here's the thing, right? But with palm oil, it must be said, okay, people care mostly about palm oil because it's associated with orangutans, but they ignore all the rest of the animals that get killed for every other oil.
Right.
Like animals are getting killed no matter what oil you're using. And this is something.
Yeah, like perhaps the petroleum oil that's used to produce all of the synthetic nitrogen fertilizers that are sprayed on all of the fruits and vegetables and grains and legumes and roots and tubers that are pushed on us from the plant-based fanatics, including the vegan.
Yeah, and aren't vegan like really defending vegetable oils and seed oils? Are they not claiming, oh, that's so healthy and we should not use butter and
Yes, they are.
tallow? Yeah, I mean, this
They
is kind
are.
of weird. Yeah.
They're claiming that we should consume more soybean oil. And meanwhile, out of the other side of their mouth, they're claiming that in a vegan world, soybean cultivation will decrease. Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Yeah, and also the coconut oil, which is another huge driver of deforestation, animal death and suffering. So, and coconut oil is in a lot of vegan products, actually. Vegan donuts, for example.
Yeah. Vegans don't decide that a product is vegan because it does or does not kill animals. It's whether or not there's a label that's either been printed or some type of adhesive to stick it on like a sticker or a decal, and it just says vegan on there. And that's all it takes for a vegan to decide that something is vegan, is that it has that label on it. whether or not animals suffered and died in the production of that item is irrelevant to the vegan.
I think that actually needs to be said here. This isn't a debunk. Like, I think you're kind of just reinforcing what you said at the beginning. This isn't a debunk that, you know, that crop deaths don't happen for vegan food. That isn't what this is. This is a debunk of animal ag saying they're not responsible as well for these things.
Yeah.
And I think that needs to be clear, because I think some people...
So it would be a debunk against a total straw man, basically. So he knocked over a straw man. Good job.
Exactly.
No, nobody said that there isn't also some amount of crop deaths on the animal agriculture side of things. But as I've shown, and as we've seen in other videos and live streams, the livestock sector has, for example, the least contribution to pesticide hazard. So most of the crop deaths are still on the plant agriculture side, whether he likes it or not.
Right, because pesticides kill quadrillions more animals than do all of the animals that are slaughtered in the entire industry of animal agriculture globally every year.
You were cutting out for a few
misunderstand
seconds,
that. We completely concede that there are animals harmed during crop, I think, because you can't do it without.
Yeah.
It's a pretty much impossible. But
Wait,
we can
did he say
concede that there are animals harmed during crop, I think, because
crop anything? What did he say? Crop anything?
concede that there are animals harmed during crop, I think, because completely, to be clear, because I think some people do misunderstand that. We completely concede that there are animals harmed during crop, I think, because you can't do it without.
Yeah.
It's a pretty much impossible.
Did he say crop anything? Did you hear that?
Yeah, he means crop agriculture. He means crop agriculture. Just misspoke.
Okay. To me, it looks like he's trying to avoid. He's trying to avoid itemizing those things, because if you itemize them, you have to say, well, you've got the crop harvesting kills animals. Way before the harvesting process, though, is the growing process, which kills quadrillions of animals. But way before that, you've got the plowing of the fields, which kills a bunch of animals. So, you know, if you itemize all the ways that the toxic monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu harms and kills animals, then it becomes a pretty striking list versus what they want people to believe, which is just a couple animals that were too stupid to get out of the way during the harvesting process.
But we can show in a lot of ways, and we'll get into some of the other bits of it later, like, you know, that there's it's not as it seems. There's a lot of stuff coming from animal ag that they do not want to admit, and this is one of them. This is just one part.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a huge part, though, because, as you know, the reason that I wanted to get into this with you as an urgent thing as well is because no one was saying crop deaths, though. Really, it wasn't very popular at all. Then all of a sudden it was, and I think I've seen a lot of vegans asking, like, how do I answer this? I don't really know. This seems to be getting very popular. We've heard it on Joe Rogan. You've heard it on TV now. I think there's other influencers that have been pulling it out of the bag, thinking they've got the smoking gun. And the reason it's not getting debunked as hard is because I think a lot of vegans aren't completely sure how to. And then this next evolution of it has come along, and it's only a matter of time before this becomes the popular thing. Well, did you know that soy and these kind of very simplistic talking points that seem to absolutely screw over the vegans start getting more popular? So yeah, no, I'm happy we're able to do this, and I agree with what you said. It's not about debunking crop deaths like they don't happen. No, it's about not letting the people who are responsible get away with it and
Yeah.
trying to, argue with
So they're trying to shed responsibility onto the livestock sector, and as you and I have proven again and again and again, is that is not a true claim. The claim that livestock are demanding the majority of the products being, or that the majority of the toxic monocropping is because, or in order to feed livestock. Just that graph that we just showed, that you just pulled up, showed that the vast majority of every animal agriculture industry in the world is mostly grass and leaves, naturally growing grass and leaves. And the two industries that I would be critical of are the pork industry and the poultry industry. Maybe
Right,
not
because of the
coincidentally.
Because of the grain, right?
The poultry, the chicken industry, the poultry industry, and the pig industry are the two industries that are consuming the majority of the soybean meal.
Right. Yeah, and they consume also some amount of grain, I think.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Um,
and grain byproducts. It's like in the very beginning, the first thing that I learned, and first thing that I admitted, confessed to, conceded to, was that 36% of the corn grown in the United States goes straight to livestock. It's not processed for anything other than consumed by livestock. But the majority of that is not for cattle. The cattle might consume some corn byproducts like distiller's corn, but those are industrial wastes.
Yeah, I mean, the vast majority of crops are grown for human consumption, and those would likely increase in a vegan world. There might be an overall land use decrease because we wouldn't use the pastures and grasslands for animal agriculture, which in itself is actually a negative, because we wouldn't use that land for food production, so it would go to waste. And there's also some evidence that taking the livestock off that land actually reduces biodiversity, which also has negative environmental impacts. We have gone over this in another live stream and in some other videos. But yeah, I want to quickly show you something. I've shown this also in my latest video, right? So because people like Chris Hines and David Rams, they want to blame all the crop deaths on animal feed, right? Can you see that?
Right. Yes.
So let me just absolutely destroy that claim, right? Quote, crops associated with livestock feed crops such as grasslands, raygrass, alfalfa, and cereal legume mixtures showed the lowest level of pesticide reliance, followed by sunflower and soybean. Oops. Yeah, I mean, in terms of spray frequency rates, in terms of toxicity hazard, in terms of footprints, livestock feed is not as big of a deal as is fruits and vegetables and stuff that vegans eat.
Did you include this in your debunking of Jeffrey Phillips? Because this is a
Yes.
huge, yeah.
Yeah, I have.
It's a
listened.
huge uppercut. It's like a uppercut, left hook, uppercut. It's a combination. And Jeffrey Phillips is laying unconscious on the ground. All of his claims debunked.
Yeah, I mean, we can quickly look at my video if you want to do that. Maybe you also want to speed up because I talk very slowly.
Okay.
You know, you can speed up the
right
the thing on YouTube.
3, 2, 1. Okay.
I'm gonna debunk more nonsense from Jeffrey Phillips. You know, Jeffrey Phillips is the type of vegan who just makes claims without thinking, it seems, right? In this particular,
Just speed up the video because I talk
very slowly.
All right. 1.5.
Yeah, that is okay. Garland Farms live stream that most insecticides are sprayed on hay for animal agriculture. Okay, let me play you this clip where he says that.
Insecticides are mostly used on hay, which goes towards animal ag.
No, they're mostly usually. So, as you just heard, Jeffrey Phillips claims that most insecticides are sprayed on hay. This is ridiculous, of course, and he never proved this in this live stream. Okay, never gave us any source on that. But I will just eviscerate him on this claim. Okay, and further prove that pesticides are mostly sprayed on the items that vegans consume. Okay, and that vegans actually have a higher pesticide footprint. Okay, compared to the meat eaters and omnivores. So let us look at this claim about insecticides first. So according to the EPA, corn and cotton account for the largest shares of insecticide use in the United States. Corn and cotton. This is obviously not hay, right? So there goes that, right? But he obviously will try to blame literally all the insecticides used on corn on livestock feed.
So there goes that.
Corn is just 40% of livestock feed in the United States, according to the USDA. So this doesn't work, right? The majority still goes to human consumption. So we cannot blame all the insecticides used on corn on livestock feed. Okay, so there goes that claim out the window right there, right? Now, actually, let's look at an important UN report that looks at the status and trends of insecticide use, pesticide use. Okay, now here's a graph that looks at or that shows the global value of pesticide sales by application, basically, right, on what kind of product. And as you can see, most of the value, what basically drives the pesticide market is crop protection products. Non-crop protection pesticide means on pasture, right? But this is in the minority. Most of the monetary value is from crop protection products. And what kind of crops are we talking about? Well, here's a graph that shows that, right? Pesticide use on different crop groups based on global sales value. And as you can see, the lion's share is actually fruits and vegetables with over 25%. And then, of course, cereals and soybeans, maize and rice. But the lion's share is fruits and vegetables. And yes, some of those cereals and soybeans and maize, some of that goes to livestock, but not the vast majority. So again, what Jeffrey Phillips just said is absolute nonsense, right? Now let's look further at this study that I've shown in other videos, right? So here's the pesticide footprint embedded in the world's consumption across different sectors. And as you can see, it's almost 60% plant-based food that has the highest pesticide footprint as compared to 11% animal-based food, which takes into account the animal feed crops, okay? And also, when it comes to pastures, right, from the same study, quote, because pastures are mostly perennial crops, they are not sown every year. For instance, a survey study shows that the majority of farmers, more than 80%, replanted less than 25% of their pasture land in a year. Hence, pastures have, on average, low annual pesticide inputs. Okay, here's more evidence of that. So here is the study fostering temporal crop diversification to reduce pesticide use. As the title says, this study looked at what kind of impact diversification of crops has on pesticide use, whether or not it would reduce or increase pesticide use, etc. And they also looked at pesticide treatment rates of different crops, like 16 crops or so. And
as you can see in this graph, the pesticide use of grassland, raygrass, cereal, legume mixture, alfalfa is basically almost zero. It's zero, right? It's very low. It's the lowest in that graph. Okay. Human consumption crops, on the other hand, is very high in terms of treatment frequency rate. Okay, and it says also here in plain English, crops associated with livestock feed crops such as grasslands, raygrass, alfalfa, and cereal legume mixtures showed the lowest level of pesticide reliance. So it doesn't get any more clear than that, obviously. So the pesticides that are mostly used and mostly applied are applied on human consumption crops, not animal feed crops. This is just very clear. Okay, here's also more evidence from a report that looks at the pesticide impact on climate change. And in this particular paragraph, talks about California, because California has some of the highest pesticide application rates. And it says right here, the top crops for pesticide use include almonds, grapes, tomatoes, strawberries, and oranges. The pesticide application rate on California cropland is about 4.5 times the national average. Higher application rates are driven primarily by the higher value of fruits and vegetables compared to major US commodity crops, which could result in significant profit losses if crop damage from pests were to occur. So, yeah, and again, this makes sense because those crops are high value and they need to look good, right? When you go to the supermarket and you grab some crops off the shelf, right? You look at fruits and they have to look good, right? They should not be looking like some animal has already eaten them halfway through, right? But when it comes to livestock feed, those animals, they're not really that interested in how these things look, right? So it makes sense also on a theoretical basis that this would be the case. But this, again, bears out also empirically. Here's another study from Australia. It says a hectare of horticultural crops generates on average 10 times more aquatic ecotoxicity hazard and 5 times more human toxicity hazard than a hectare of broadacre crops. Livestock is the sector with the least contribution to overall hazard, even when the indirect hazard associated with feed is considered. So again, more evidence that livestock is not very pesticide intensive as an agricultural sector. Okay, and here's also another study from Australia, looks at pesticide toxicity footprint of different food groups, and as you can see, the fruit food group has the highest pesticide toxicity footprint by far. And do vegans actually consume a lot of fruits? Here's a study from Germany that looks at what vegans and non-vegans are consuming in terms of food intake, right? On average in grams per day. This is one of the few studies that actually looks at that. There are not many studies like that. And as you can see in this graph, right, this is the vegan group and this is the non-vegan group. And when we look at fresh regional fruits and fresh citrus and tropical fruits, right, those food items has the highest pesticide footprint and application rate and stuff like that. And when you compare these numbers, it's very clear that vegans eat like 4 to 6 times the fruits that non-vegans eat, right? It's a very high number of fruits that they eat compared to non-vegans. Okay, so this would actually increase their pesticide footprint, their ecological pesticide footprint. If you still are not convinced by this, here is also a study that looks at the dietary exposure of different food groups or different dietary scenarios. So chemical contaminants like pesticide residues and mycotoxins and heavy metals and stuff like that, right? And it says right here, the impacts of climate change and the growing tendency towards plant-based diets are 2 factors which will drive further increases in human exposure to toxic contaminants. So stuff like pesticide residue and heavy metal contamination, mycotoxins, things like that. So not only are we seeing different lines of evidence that shows that the foods have high pesticide footprints, but also in the diet, the exposure is the highest. Okay, and you can also look at this. The Eat Lancet Forum has partnered with different agrochemical giants such as BASF, Bayer, Syngenta. They all produce pesticides. And the Eat Lancet Forum is pushing a plant-based diet. So they obviously wouldn't partner with the Eat Lancet Forum if they would see that a plant-based diet decreases their demand of their pesticide products, right? This makes sense logically, right? So they partner up with the Eat Lancet Forum and push the plant-based diet because they want to see their profits rise, okay? So this also gives us an indication that in such a scenario, there would be an increase in pesticide application and pesticide market demand, right? Okay. So yeah, those are different lines of evidence that clearly show that vegans have a higher pesticide footprint and that the vast majority of pesticides are not sprayed on like hay or pasture land or anything like that. Okay, the agricultural sector, the animal agricultural sector is not very pesticide intensive as compared to the plant-based fruit and vegetable agricultural sector. Okay, this is just very clear. It's just very obvious. There's overwhelming evidence. You cannot really deny that, really. And also on the insects debate, because he sort of wanted some source on the fact that quadrillions of insects are killed by pesticides. So here's this report from the Wild Animal Initiative. Okay, and it says or it shows in the report a calculation, right, an estimation of how they arrive at this number that 3.5 quadrillion insects are killed due to pesticides every year in the United States. This is an estimation, but it's actually a very plausible estimation, right? So they show like the insects that are on a square meter on agricultural cropland, and how much pesticides are like treated with insecticides, and they arrive at this quadrillions number that I mentioned before. And this makes sense because there are like so many insects on an agricultural land and in general, right? They're literally everywhere. Okay, if they're treated, if the agricultural land is treated with insecticides, those huge amounts of insects will die. Okay, this just makes sense. This is a very plausible estimation to arrive at these big numbers. But if you don't agree with this report, here's another one from an animal rights organization, Animal Charity Evaluators. They also come to the conclusion that invertebrates, meaning insects killed by agricultural pesticides, are the category of animals that are mostly killed by human beings compared to all other animals. So vertebrates are like the livestock animals that we kill for food, right? And they're down here and the insects are up here, okay? And if you still don't believe that, then I have this landmark study here by Sanchez Bayo et al. Called Worldwide Decline of Entomofauna, a review of its drivers. Entomofauna means insects. Okay, they look at what drives the decline of insect populations worldwide. It's really a landmark study, okay? And here are the main drivers. So intensive agriculture and pesticides are the main two categories, right? And what they mean by intensive agriculture, when you look at that, it basically means monocropping, which also includes pesticide application. So it says right here, the planting of genetically uniform monocultures, the recurrent use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, the removal of hedgerows and trees in order to facilitate mechanization and the modification of surface waterways to improve irrigation and drainage. Monocultures lead to a great simplification of insect biodiversity among pollinators, insect natural enemies, and nutrient recyclers, and create these suitable conditions for agricultural pests to flourish. So yeah, as you can see, it is again not far-fetched to say that quadrillions of insects die because they're the most abundant animals on the planet. They're like quintillions of insects on this planet. They're the most abundant animal species on this planet. And when they're declining in huge numbers, and if one of their major factors of their decline is pesticides, then it is not far-fetched to say that quadrillions of insects die. Okay, those are estimations, right? It's very hard to measure that, but those estimations are very plausible given the empirical evidence, okay, on insecticides application rates and the abundance of insects that exist on a given land. And also there's this moot point about whether or not insects feel pain or not. I refer you simply to this article of University of London that you should check out. Yes, there is evidence that insects feel pain. Okay, I've also shown this in other live streams that yes, this is definitely the case. But even if you don't care about insects feeling pain, if you don't care about that ethically for some reason, then you should definitely care about it from an ecological perspective and also from a food security perspective, because those insects, they pollinate all kinds of plants, including crops. Okay. And speaking of a threat to humanity, something that is not much talked about is the actual harm on humans that pesticides cause or are correlated with. Okay, here's a study titled "How Many Premature Deaths from Pesticide Suicide Have Occurred Since the Agricultural Green Revolution." And with the agricultural green revolution, there was an increase in pesticide application, especially in the third world. And also the pesticide suicide refers to basically a condition where pesticides are increasing psychological disorders leading up to suicide, right? There are like numerous studies that link pesticides to neurological damage, essentially, okay? And the study estimated the deaths that, or the premature deaths that have occurred in relation to that. And it says right here, starting from a conservative estimate of 0 deaths in 1960. The best estimate of the total global burden of pesticide suicide from 1960s to 2018 is 14 million, right? So it's ranging in the like 14 million to roughly 16, 17 million, something like that. It's in that range. Okay, so we can say that roughly 14 million premature deaths have occurred due to pesticide suicide or in relation to that. So you can see that not only are pesticides killing the most animals on this planet, but also have an enormous cost on human lives, right? That goes up in the millions, actually. Okay. And again, if vegans want to claim that most crops are grown for animals or something, claim that has been debunked already, like I don't know how many times. Here's a map that shows that no, actually, most crops are for human consumption. Okay. So the green is crops for human consumption, like food crops, and the blue is for feed crops. And yeah, as you can see, it's mostly green, right? And even our world and data has shown similar stuff. So this cannot be denied anymore. Most crops are grown for human consumption, end of story. And would this increase or decrease in a vegan world? So here again is from the 10 diet scenario study, which looks at the carrying capacity of different dietary scenarios and what kind of cropland would be required for that, right? So different omnivore scenarios, but also a vegan scenario, and it shows that cultivated cropland would actually increase 20% at least. Okay.
I love this video.
Yes, pasture and hay, that would decrease, but cultivated cropland would increase actually, even accounting for the lack of feed grains and stuff like that. So we can say that monocropping would actually increase in a vegan world. So I rest my case pretty much. So Jeffrey Phillips is wrong on every single point. Really embarrassing, Jeffrey Phillips. I've already wrecked you on that point regarding the farm subsidies. Okay, check out that video. You might actually learn something. And I also destroyed you now on that pesticide insecticide point. Okay, very clear, you know. So thanks for watching.
Home run. Very good.
Yeah, if vegans want to claim that crop deaths are not a vegan problem, then I don't know what to say. Yeah, they can cope all they want, but it doesn't change the facts. I mean, we have multiple lines of evidence ranging from market reports, ranging from different studies, ranging from estimations on dietary exposure, ranging from the fact that agrochemicals support the vegan diet, agrochemical giants support the vegan diet or the plant-based diet. There's just so many lines of evidence that point in the direction that a vegan future would be a pesticide hell. So yeah, this is just very clear that the crop deaths issue is a real problem for vegans, and it wouldn't decrease in a vegan world. It would very likely increase.
What is your personal opinion on how much that might be, the increase in toxic monocropping?
My personal opinion, that's very I would say that probably at least, I mean, the lowest estimate would, or my lowest guess would be 10% at least, and the highest would probably be 30, maybe 40, something like that. It's probably in that range. But it's just my opinion. But this is sort of like the 10 diet scenario study showed like 20%, but it only took into account macronutrients. And then there's another study, like the telecoupled something study, I forgot the title, and it showed like 60%, but it was like outsourced footprint, cropland footprint. So there's like different
figures, but I would say that is probably like 10 to 40, maybe 50% increase, I would guess.
10 to 50.
Yeah, it also kind of depends on, I mean, we would have to push the boundaries on the arable land. We would have to max that out pretty much. There's a limited amount of arable land, and we would probably have to turn a lot of grasslands into arable land somehow, which would be difficult. That would be like the factor that limits that to some extent, because that cannot be easily done. If you have like a rocky hill, or if you have like a rocky hill or something, then that restricts the amount of cropland that we can have, and also weather conditions. Like I said, like vegan Iceland would be pretty much 90% dependent on imports.
Yeah. I think that the 10% is pretty generous. That's pretty generous. 10%. What scenario that could lead to a 10% increase in harmful monocropping in a vegan world versus 50? I could see 50. I actually could see more like 80, because you've got to account for a couple things, more than a couple, but to mention a couple would be the decrease in the bioavailability of the proteins being produced.
Yeah.
And then the other would be all of the supplements that would have to be industrially manufactured, which also would not be bioidentical to the real vitamins that you would get in real food. Therefore, there would have to be follow-up studies to see if there are any correlations between relying upon non-bioidentical synthetic versions of real vitamins.
Yeah, that would definitely increase the environmental damage. But when it comes to specific land use, I think that also depends on the soil, because monocropping is abusing the soil to the point of food losing their nutrients, which again creates the cycle of us having to eat more plant foods in order to get the same amount of nutrients, and then further abusing the soil. So like it's a vicious cycle. And then there's also the pesticide treadmill, which basically means that we have to increase our pesticide application because pesticides are not working as efficiently as they were working, because the organisms adapt to it. So we would have to use more of them, which further makes the soil infertile and creates less nutritious food. So we'd have to then expand to more fertile soil and increase it that way. It depends on a lot of factors. It's just very unsustainable. It's just nonsense. It cannot work, or it's very unlikely to work. And again, the vegans actually have the burden of proof to show us that it would work if they want us to all depend on that. I don't see why we should be doing all this heavy lifting when they have to do that actually. Yeah. And also I want to quickly show you something from this FAO report that I've shown while we're at it. Environmental topics, right?
Yeah.
So the main topic of this report was how could we sort of reduce emissions from the livestock sector. And basically they talk about dietary shifts here, and they say, let me just read you from this paragraph. In low to middle income countries, the average diet often falls below recommended calorie levels and lacks sufficient proteins, fruits, vegetables, and nuts. In those regions, a dietary shift is generally associated with increased overall consumption and a higher quantity of both plant and animal-based foods. Barron's et al. Have analyzed the potential impact of large-scale adoption of nationally recommended diets on greenhouse gas emissions. In high-income countries, such a shift could translate to a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of between 13 to 17%. However, the expected reduction in middle-income countries is marginal, 4.4%, with increasing emissions in some countries due to increased consumption of nuts, fruits, and vegetables, partly grown in greenhouses. Taken together, these greenhouse gas emissions could amount to a decrease of 0.19 to 0.53 gigatons of CO2 emissions per year for the 37 countries considered, representing a 2 to 5% reduction in emissions associated with the entire global food system. So basically switching to a plant-based or more to a plant-based diet is just going to, according to this FAO report, is just going to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the global food systems by 2 to 5%. This is particularly low reduction. Actually, this is nothing almost. And emissions from the global food systems are not actually the major emissions to begin with. So, and this would come at a trade-off of all these other things that we have talked about: increase in pesticides, decrease in available nutritious bioavailable food, etc. And then there's also some other stuff.
Question for you.
Yeah.
How does these facts that you've got here, how do they contrast with the message that's being put out by Jane Goodall?
Yeah, it contrasts that by contradicting it. I mean, she said eat less meat, and the cows eating all the grains or whatever. I mean, we don't even want
said that most grains are grown for livestock.
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, I mean, she is not really speaking any sense there.
She didn't back up her claims with any sources. She's just relying upon her cult of personality that has been. I remember being a kid watching films of her studying chimpanzees in the wild. You know, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised just to find out that she was a manufactured personality, just like Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah,
You know, someone that starts out looking like a well-intentioned role model, and then years later they all jump on the same boat, pushing this WEF woke agenda, genders on a spectrum, BS.
yeah, and people who sort of push veganism and all kinds of other things, they use this veneer of science. You know, the science supports us, supposedly.
You don't believe in the science?
Yeah, but this is the most unscientific way, actually, because this is not what science is supposed to be. It's not something that we just blindly believe in. We have to fact check these claims. We have to look at the evidence. We have to critically analyze them. We have to be very skeptical. Yeah, we cannot just, and we also have to think about what makes sense logically. Does it make logical sense that agrochemical companies would support the vegan diet or plant-based diet if, according to the vegans, the plant-based diets would decrease crop production? Like those things are contradicting each other. Like, why would these agrochemical companies support the plant-based diet if in a vegan world there would be a decrease in crop production, supposedly? Because this would actually, I mean, these agrochemical companies, they also have scientists, and they know they're like very intelligent. They would not willingly support something that would potentially decrease their profit margins. I mean, this is just very logical.
Yeah, it's not in their financial interest. And in fact, if you look into, you know, the entire, you just go through the membership, the strategic, something called a strategic partner. A strategic partner of the WEF is a corporation that has whatever, you know, I don't know what all the details are involved with signing up with them as like on board with the program, but those companies that are on board with the program aren't just companies like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation or Microsoft or the Communist Bank of China, but also companies like Kraft and General Mills, Monsanto, and then all the meat packers, JBS, McDonald's, every meat company has signed on with this anti-meat agenda. And you can find the literature that's going around in that industry, and you'll see that, well, the meat companies are transitioning.
Yeah, it makes sense because this yields the higher profits. I mean, there was a analysis done by Faunalytics that shows that the return on investment is higher for plant-based industries than compared to animal-based industries. So it's clear that they want to go in that direction. The only thing that sort of prevents plant-based industries from being profitable is the lack of consumer demand, because nobody wants to eat that slop.
Right. Even during a famine, they don't want to eat it.
Yeah.
Also, I want to quickly show something before we forget that about water consumption of a vegan diet, because
Right.
the World Wildlife Fund actually has been truthful in this instance about that, surprisingly. Wait a second.
Why do you think these organizations are not being truthful? I mean, here's an example where they are. But when it comes to, these are facts that are easily uncovered when you look. But when you look at these organizations' press releases and you see, what they're saying to the public, essentially when they have a press conference and they say, we have a message, it's always anti-meat rather than, the pesticide footprint of the fruit and vegetable industry is more than head and shoulders above all other food industries. So maybe we should cut back on fruits and vegetables. You never hear like a reasonable or logical conclusion that they come to. But you do find these hard-hitting facts like you're talking about that they publish, and they're honest.
I think this is also ultimately a big oil thing, because the agrochemicals, they rely on petroleum. So if there's going to be an increase in agrochemical demand and application, then the petroleum industry is going to see profits. So I think that veganism is potentially a big oil project. But this is just my opinion on that.
Yeah, I'm sure that has something to do with it.
But yeah, let's look at the study climate-friendly diets from an allergic point of view. By the way, is this shown on screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this looks a bit critically at the Eat Lancet diet. Just want to get to the water consumption. Looking at water consumption and water scarcity, the World Wildlife Fund calculations show that 82% of the current total water consumption due to artificial irrigation in Germany is attributable to the production of plant-based foods and 18% to animal-based foods. As the majority of plant-based foods are imported, 60% of vegetables and 80% of fruits and pulses, and therefore often come from regions with water scarcity, 96% of the German water scarcity footprint is due to plant-based foods and only 4% to animal-based foods. Wow. So how do you like that, vegans?
Wow. That's amazing. That is amazing.
I like how they also include other regions, like you basically drain other regions of water with the water scarcity footprint of plant-based foods because they're imported from regions that are water scarce. How does this fit with your ethics?
Are they sincere? Becomes the question.
Yeah, I mean, So, as we've seen from the FAO report, there's barely any reduction in greenhouse gas emissions coming from a food system under a plant-based diet scenario. And honestly, that 2 to 5% reduction is probably not even accurate, because almost no environmental study really takes into account the pesticide footprints, and pesticides have themselves a massive greenhouse gas footprint that scientists have just not really looked at that much, and included into these environmental calculations about greenhouse gas emissions. But yeah, this would come at a trade-off at massive water consumption and water scarcity problems.
Right. I mean, all of that water, the vast majority of the water that's used for crop cultivation is from tapping into the aquifers, and it's just dry. It's just draining them dry, and they blame all of this water consumption on livestock. And then you look in the vast majority of the water that the livestock are drinking is coming from rain that collects in a pond or something. So
yeah,
it's everything that the toxic, destructive monocropping that produces every single item on the vegan menu, they've turned around and they're projecting all of the harm, all of the damage, all of the environmental destruction, ecological disruption, all of that they're causing. They're blaming it on livestock. And when someone points out the error in that, then there are professional vegan influencers that come in and make the patently false claim that the majority of those toxic crops are being grown for the livestock. And they hold on to that lie with everything they've got, because that's all they've got is a lie.
Yes, and we're not even saying that animal agriculture is perfect or doesn't have any environmental footprints, but we have to look at the facts, and we have to ask ourselves, why is animal agriculture singled out and really being demonized so much? And are those claims true that are being said about animal agriculture? And just when you look at this, then these kind of claims fall apart quickly. And I really wish that we would see more anti-vegan content, and also more content in these like pro-meat spaces that tackle environmental issues, environmental questions. I think this is something that is not tackled really enough, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we can continue this live stream by watching this other Chris Hines and David Ram's so-called debunk of crop deaths, or we can wrap this up for today. How would you like to do that?
Well, I know it's really late where you are. It's been a long day for me. Um, let's wrap it up, and you and I get some good rest before we have to crank it up for the next round, and we'll shoot for doing the same thing this Friday, and I'll double up on trying to get a vegan who's willing to come on and face the facts without running away like Jeffrey apparently did.
Yeah. Quickly before I go, I really want to recommend a paper that some people might want to read, which sort of summarizes a lot of counters to a lot of claims that vegans make about cattle, livestock production.
It's up on the screen.
Right. Regarding some myths and realities about cattle livestock production. I think this tackles a lot of claims that are being said about this industry and counters them. I think people should read this paper. It's easily to find. Just type in the title in Google. So it goes into the social and economic importance of livestock, and goes through all of like these myths. Like myth number 1, cows are one of the main causes of global warming. Myth number 2, cows occupy agricultural land that could produce plant food. Myth number 3, livestock compete with humanity for food resources and are inefficient. Right, the inefficiency claim is something that a lot of vegans claim, like the conversion ratio, what they talk about. But it says right here the protein value of products derived from livestock is 19% higher than the quality of the product ingested to produce this protein. So yeah, protein upregulator, upcycler. Okay. And also the water claims are tackled here and many other claims. So I think where they sort of could have done a better job is with the deforestation claim. But yeah, I think this is overall a decent summary of many claims that are being said about the livestock industry and decent counters to each and every one of them. So if like the average person, or if people want to look at the environmental claims that vegans make about livestock more critically, then this paper is really important to look at.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So yeah, to sum it up, Jeffrey Phillips ran away from the facts, and yeah, and that's just that. I mean, I don't know what will happen next stream, but I just think it's funny that these vegans will make these big claims and talk like they're experts.
Well,
I mean,
just real quick, I said, or he kept saying, well, that's a cohort study. And I said, can you define a cohort study? And he says, I don't think he ever, he couldn't do it. I think he tried, but he all he was doing was parroting something that he had been, either he had read or he had been coached to say that if it's not a meta-analysis, and so he's got a cherry-picked group of what he's calling meta-analyses, and he wants to put those out there as a couple of trump cards and say, these are at the top of the hierarchy of scientific fact. And of course, he's basing that on the claim that every meta-analysis is the word of God. And not only are there meta-analyses that contradict his claims, the meta-analyses that he's bringing to the table could be dissected in order to show that the pool of studies that the meta-analysis was derived from was not comprehensive. In other words, cherry-picked.
Yeah, or the data itself is low quality, like it tends to be in human nutrition science. And
epidemiology.
Yeah. So
epidemiology.
Yeah, I mean, just
epidemiology.
Yeah, I mean, this
that word.
Yeah, I cannot say that word, but yeah, I mean, again, if vegans want to say that they have 200 years of science behind them, I think in the first encounter, Jeffrey Phillips claimed that he has 200 years of science behind him or something. So I'm just waiting for that 200 years of science that he's gonna show us.
200 years. I must have missed that. I missed him saying that. I could have had a big belly laugh if I'd heard him say that.
Yeah, he said that. I can't remember that.
Well, the funny thing about a vegan is that you can roast them, deep roast, with the facts, and they'll come back and claim victory. So you always have to expect that they'll either as a unit declare victory, or they'll go back to their little activist cell echo chamber and tell each other that they had a victory. It's always important to know that they'll do that again and again, and always look back and see that you actually roasted them, and that regardless of their claims to victory, they lost. They lose every time.
Yeah, I mean, intelligent people will judge for themselves and see who was the actual victor in that exchange. But yeah, I will just highlight that vegans have really the burden of proof, not us meat eaters, right? I mean, we had like this debate with Nick the anti-carnist, and we should have really not really given into his demands to show evidence, because the burden of proof actually wasn't on us. The burden of proof was on him. And this is very easy to see, because he was saying that, he was basically saying that show us, or this is actually what a lot of vegans say, that no study shows, or they say show us the study that proves that
eating a plant-based diet or living on a plant-based diet is impossible. I heard a lot of vegans say something similar to that, right?
Right.
But this is like, this is not how it works. You cannot prove a negative, right?
Correct.
So it's like, this is a logical fallacy. This is a commonly known logical fallacy. If you want to say that we can survive on a vegan diet throughout all stages of life, then you have the burden of proof to show that. And it's just as simple as that. And they don't just have the burden of proof on that, but also on the moral side of things, because the default position is that both these diets, meat-based or plant-based, they kill both animals. But the vegans then point the finger at the meat eaters and say that there's like some special moral failing on part of the meat eaters, even though both these diets kill animals. But by trying to shift the burden of proof onto the meat eater, seemingly arbitrarily, they would have to actually justify that and establish that eating meat is immoral. They have to actually make that case. You know, a lot of things that vegans do and a lot of what they say, they're not really backing this by anything. They are just claiming this as if it was established fact. They use a lot of they say like human slavery is like animal agriculture, but this is an assertion that vegans would have to prove. And they, if you ask them for proof, or if you ask them for providing support for this argument, then they just switch around and say, but you wouldn't do this, what you do to animals in animal agriculture, you wouldn't do this to a human. But this is not supporting the original claim that this is even equivalent, right? So they're using a lot of, then they're actually not very logical. They always claim that, oh, we are so logical and whatever, but they're not even logical. If you want to make the claim that human slavery and animal agriculture are equal, then you cannot prove this by stating the same thing again and saying that, oh, but you wouldn't do that, right? This is not proving anything. Yeah, that's pretty much that.
Do you know much about Edward Bernays?
Wasn't he Freud's nephew?
He was. He was one of the early pioneers and probably had the most prolific career of all of the early pioneers of tricking human beings into foregoing making decisions based on logic and reason, and instead basing decisions upon emotions. And the entire vegan cult is based on manipulating people's emotions and manipulating people with their emotions in order to make them make decisions based on emotions. And part of that is to for lack of a better word, worship farm animals while ignoring all the wild animals that die as a result of the crop protection measures, etc., that go along with producing the items on the vegan menu. It's not reason and logic, it's emotion, and it's telling lies and half-truths in order to elicit the desired emotional response and the target victim so that you can, as a vegan influencer, bring this victim on board with your torture train.
I don't think they really care about farm animals either, because farm animals, they want them to disappear. Vegans want farm animals to disappear. And I don't think this is really what farm animals want necessarily.
Right. The narrative is that humans have been exploiting these animals. When in reality, if you look at it from a biological point of view, we have partnered with these animals. And the partnership has been symbiotic. Not only have every domesticated animal known to man helped propagate the genetic heritage of man, but also has helped propagate the genetic heritage of every one of those domesticated species. If it wasn't for that partnership, many of these bovine varieties would not exist. Many of these equine varieties wouldn't exist. Many of these canine varieties wouldn't exist. And you could go on and on and on to all of these domestic genetic lines that are thriving because of the partnership that exists between the human genetic heritage and all of these other domestic animals, from livestock to working dogs and other service animals. It's a partnership. It's not an exploitation.
And the thing is, even if it quote unquote was exploitation, the burden of proof would be on the vegans to prove that this is equatable with human exploitation, which is kind of what they're implying, basically. They're always comparing and equating these things, but they never actually prove that these things are equatable. They're just sort of assuming that the opponent would not question this and would just go on board with this, which unfortunately most meat eaters who go into these vegan debates kind of do. Then they're sort of on a defensive position. I mean, when you watch any street quote unquote debate, then this is kind of what meat eaters are doing. But
is there an anti-vegan or a carnivore influencer out there that's got this issue right, other than you and I?
That got what?
Well, I mean, there are other, let's say on YouTube, for instance, there's other quote unquote anti-vegan activists, people who will debunk veganism. Is it the majority or the minority that will call out the lie that is veganism is cruelty free. Because I think that's what you were talking about, was that most anti-vegan influencers do not address this issue, which is the Achilles heel of veganism, which is the fact that quadrillions more animals die to produce the items on the vegan menu than die every year from all of animal agriculture.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there's Chief Jolly Roger. He made videos about crop deaths. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm not sure if other anti-vegan YouTube channels have done specifically videos about that. I mean, there are many good anti-vegan videos and YouTubers. Like I said, Chief Jolly Roger, Ryan Investigates, Vegan Deterioration. Who else? There must be some more that I'm forgetting right now. Carnivore is vegan. I think this person has a TikTok channel.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, we should actually invite some of these channels onto live stream.
I agree. We ought to have a panel of us to talk.
Yeah, I mean, vegans probably have. Yeah, vegans probably have these panels where a lot of vegans talk to each other.
They use Discord. They use Discord for that.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that YouTube would be a better format because I think it would reach a larger audience. I think they're using Discord because they're trying to use the privacy. They're trying to make it a private room so that they can come up with perhaps less than honest debate tactics and so forth, like dialogue tree traps and stuff like that they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they got, right? But
yeah,
speaking of that, if there's any vegan watching, then please name me the moral significant difference between peasants that get violently forced off their land and by the government, and then are surrounded by a minefield if they want to return to that land. Explain the morally relevant difference between that and the wild animals that are have their habitat destroyed by monocrop agriculture and that have to face crop protection measures if they return to that land. So this is just something that vegans might want to ponder over. So yeah, this is basically what I want to say at the end of this live stream.
Okay. What you just said?
Yeah, basically to name the trait for vegans, because the last vegan that I've asked this, they couldn't name the trait. I wonder if Jeffrey Phillips can name the trait.
Well, Jeffrey, if you're watching, would you be willing to name the trait? We'll see if he's got the guts to come on again. I mean, there's no telling. He could have been in the middle of a thunderstorm and the lightning struck. He lost electricity or internet. But it looked to me like he tucked his tail and ran. That's my take on it. But we'll see. We'll see if he's got the guts to come on and answer your question. Name the trait.
Yeah, so far, no vegan could name the trait. Like, they also could not name one vegan that actually has been vegan throughout all stages of life.
I've heard you ask that question multiple times, and no vegan has ever even acknowledged the question.
Yeah,
in any way.
Yeah, I mean, I always bring in this analogy, right? So let's say that there's this inventor of an airplane, and he invented the airplane, right? And he goes to people and says, "Oh, look, I invented this airplane. We should mass produce this airplane right now." And then the people ask this inventor of the airplane, "Well, have you actually practically tested this airplane?" And then the inventor says, "No, but I know that it..." Obviously, that would be ridiculous, right? But this is analogous to the vegan diet. So yeah, they have a bunch of studies, and they have some people who maybe have been on a vegan diet for 10 or maybe 20 years or so. But there is no practical example of a vegan that actually has gone vegan throughout all stages of life, that has been vegan since pregnancy until death, and that has lived a average human lifespan. So there's actually no practical evidence because of that the vegan diet works for all stages of life. There's only theory. And when we have like life and death matters like diet, then this is akin to the airplane, where we are not really sure whether or not it's actually safe to fly with that airplane.
Yep, that's exactly the scenario. And that's being kind, I think, but it is accurate.
I mean, the omnivore diet is tried and tested. There are millions of omnivores that have been born omnivore and then died omnivore. So we know that this diet works, right? We have practical evidence. When it comes to vegan diets, yeah, okay, you have a bunch of vegans that at most 30 years or so, 40 years, but no vegans since birth until their grave, and that lived an average human lifespan. Not one example.
Well, that reminds me of, I had a recent quote unquote conversation with an AI regarding, let me see if I can pull that up. Well, it looks like maybe this chat was deleted or something.
I also want to
I think
quickly.
I found-
I also want to quickly tackle another response to the crop deaths argument that I increasingly see done by vegans. They say that, oh, there's less deaths on the monocropping field because those animals have already been wiped out. And there's more deaths on prairie grasslands or something.
Right.
I mean, we have
There's
already
there's no human factor there.
right, but it's to just give an analogy why this is so stupid, right? So imagine if we want to look at how many people have been killed by Stalin, for example, right? So we would, I mean, when historians analyze how many people have been killed by Stalin, they look at, for example, the Great Purges, right? You know, people being executed on the orders by Stalin, stuff like that, right? Or people that have died in the gulags that were ordered to work to death in the gulags by that were forced by Stalin, right? Stuff like that. But historians don't count in a grandma that has peacefully died in her of old age, right, in her bed. They wouldn't count that as a casualty of Stalin or something. They wouldn't count that because it has not been caused by Stalin, right? And the same, so you cannot count like natural deaths when we talk about which diet, the meat-based or the vegan diet, which diet kills more animals. We're obviously not counting in the natural animal deaths that occur on, like, due to predation that has nothing to do with
Human sustenance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Because there's a difference between actively killing and just leaving things on their own, and then deaths happen regardless of whether or not you interfere with them, or like letting something die is not the same as actively killing, right? It's logically not the same. It's not legally the same, and it's also not morally the same. So this like nutrivore kind of response to that crop deaths debate is nonsensical. It's
you're mixing apples and oranges. You know, it's an animal that dies as a result of some type of natural phenomenon, whether that's a predator or extreme weather event. These are inherent in a living biosphere or a system of ecosystems, or like a larger umbrella of environmental cohesion. Got different animals that play different roles in the ecology, and the entire ecology is required for the ecosystem to be healthy and larger biodiversity. So the number of animals that die as a result of natural ecosystems, that's not what we're talking about when we talk about veganism. We're talking about human induced suffering and death. So it's an intentional misdirection. It's an intentional misrepresentation of the compartmentalization that naturally occurs between animals that are killed because of human activity and animals that are killed because of the natural life cycles that are out there in the ecosystems.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, playing by that logic, the humanity would be responsible for literally every single animal death out there because we haven't nuked the planet yet, you know, because we
Right.
haven't turned our planet into a lifeless planet. Therefore, we're letting all this animal suffering continue due to natural predator prey cycles. It's just nonsense. It's basically a sign of desperation. They want to artificially inflate the numbers because they intrinsically, deep down, they know that we are correct about this, that vegans have a higher animal death count.
By far.
Yes. But yeah, those are the responses that vegans have for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to ask some vegans, like, if they think that animals should be exterminated, because some vegans have expressed that they want animals basically to not exist, meaning they should be exterminated. Whether the vegans say violently or non-violently doesn't matter, right? It's both the same results. The animals are gone, right? But if they equate humans and animals, does this mean that vegans are pro-genocide? I would like to ask a vegan that question.
If they are pro-genocide?
Yeah, because they equate humans and animals, but they say that animals would be better off not existing. So, yeah, are they pro-genocide? Also in the case of human beings, because they equate like humans and animals. So I'm just asking this question, whether or not vegans are pro-genocide or not.
I'm going to guess they're going to say depends on the circumstance.
Okay. Yeah, amazing response.
Yeah, I've heard it. I predict that response because I've gotten that response.
Yeah, that would be obviously insane and immoral in any context. So if they say this, like, if they want to say that it would be sort of, according to them, that there would be a context or something, then yeah, they already would look very bad if they would claim such a thing.
I think that I may have video proof of me asking a vegan if it's ethical to poison children, and the response was, depends on the circumstances.
Oh, you mean that debate that we had on, like, with Nick the Anti-Carnist? I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, vegans defend that we have to protect our food source, like with pesticides, right?
Right.
So that means that they are basically okay with that externality, like pesticides being in baby food and in drinking water. So given that this is the case, what is like the morally different? What is the moral difference between that and child poisoning, basically?
Yeah.
I mean, why they're okay with spraying all these pesticides, and these pesticides then contaminate baby food? Would they also be okay with child poisoning? Would they see this as moral? You know. So again, when you actually use the name the traits game, the trait equalization game against vegans, then they're just gonna lose that. Actually, I'm very thankful to ask yourself who came up with this name the trait thing. I'm just very thankful to this guy, because it actually is detrimental to vegans themselves. You can actually use that against vegans, and they're not gonna get out of that, really.
I agree. I've been using it for years, but from a little bit different angle. Just, what's the trait? Name the trait that makes it okay for you to kill a deer because it's in a cornfield versus me killing a deer in a cornfield. So what's the difference? Well, you're going to shoot the deer, you're going to kill the deer, it's going to lay there and it's going to be eaten by vultures and maggots, and I'm going to kill the deer and I'm going to go out there and process it for human consumption. Both of us have killed a deer. You ate some corn. I ate some deer. Why am I the bad guy? What's the trait that makes killing the deer that's in the cornfield? What's the trait in that deer that you don't eat that makes it okay to kill that deer versus the other deer? And there is no correct answer to that. Just a different way of asking the same question.
Yes. I mean, they try to evade this question so desperately.
Yes, they do. They put a lot of effort into ignoring it.
I mean, the last vegan that we debated, this Bish doctor, he said that the fact that we're eating those animals is like the symmetry breaker. So using the dead body of the animal for nutritional sustenance somehow makes it morally wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah, vegans actually have to then prove that. What about that makes it morally wrong?
Well, I think at that point you've already got them in checkmate. at that point, the argument is over. At that point, you're going to let the pool of vegans, which has a dropout rate of about 80% over 2 years, you're going to let that go ahead and go extinct on its own. What you're going to do is take that information and turn around and show it to the would-be vegans, the people who are thinking about it. Because a lot of those people who are just thinking about it, once they're faced with the fact that, yeah, they can go vegan, of course, you're going to be causing a whole lot more animal suffering and death if you do. And that makes them think, I wonder why Earthling Ed never did tell me this. I wonder why old Carby Strong didn't tell me this. I wonder why Uncle Jeffrey didn't tell me this. I wonder why Vegan Gains didn't tell me this. I wonder why Vegan Gaze didn't tell me this. I wonder why Lifting Vegan Logic didn't tell me this. And I've seen it with my own eyes. People who are thinking about going vegan or just started going vegan, they're just kind of really dipping their toe in the cult. And you present them with these facts showing that veganism is a fraudulent cult, and they're thankful. And they become opponents of the fraudulent cult. And they never even had to go suffer the malnutrition, simply because crop deaths are the Achilles heel of veganism. That's a fact.
Yes. And to the crop deaths, I would also count in the human deaths, like the 14 million that have died in relation to pesticide, self-poisoning, suicides, since at least the so-called green revolution, which was anything but green, apparently. I mean, imagine that, like 14 millions since the 1960s. That is crazy.
Right. And those are pesticide-related suicides.
Yep. Humans.
Yep. And, there's pesticide-related kidney cancer, pesticide-related lung cancer, pesticide-related prostate cancer, pesticide-related colon cancer, pesticide-related brain cancer. There's pesticide-related neurological diseases, pesticide-related behavioral diseases. The list just goes on and on and on. And if anyone was able to back up far enough and see the gargantuan nature of the harm that's being done by the toxic monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu, it makes all of the animals that are slaughtered every year for food look like one grain of sand on a beach. And the rest of those grains of sand are coming from the death and destruction caused by the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu.
Yes. There's someone in the comments who says that we should do a reference book with all the bullet points laid out with facts and figures and graphs. Yeah, this would be nice.
the one thing that I've sort of planned, I've actually planned two things. I've planned a amateur documentary. I mean, it's not going to be like some blockbuster anti-vegan documentary, which I'm going to call the Starvation Diet. It's not going to be some huge blockbuster, but it's going to be containing interesting information, and it's going to be clips of various lectures given by actual experts that talk about these kinds of things relating to nutrition and environmental stuff. And also, what I've also planned is sort of a presentation with like slides on them. With like some slide presentation, some PowerPoint type
presentation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've planned that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
To just make it sort of, to combine all the evidence and put it like into one big video, stuff like that. But it's going to take a lot of work.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think I've got over 300 videos basically trying to do something similar, just in video format. And it's a tremendous amount of work to gather up information that unfortunately no one else is compiling it. I don't know why the universe is leaving it up to us, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean there are some anti-vegan forces, or there's some experts that I think are very good, very, very smart. Like, for example, do you know Frederick Leroy? He puts out a lot of good information, a lot of good journal articles, and he also has a blog. A lot of great stuff that Frederick Leroy does. There's also like this, what is it called? There's some team of experts that are countering the attack on livestock. Like what was it called again? I kind of forgot. I think you mentioned it also.
Describe it again.
Yeah, there's like this team of expert that counters the claims about, like, the zealous claims against livestock. Kind of forgot what was that count again. I think it was Dublin Coalition or something, or what was it again? I kind of forgot.
Yeah, I can't remember it right now either, but I think I know what you're talking about. It's a bunch of scientists that got together to counter the vegan narrative, so to speak.
Yeah.
Regarding all of the environmental issues and animal suffering and death.
Yeah, so there are definitely people out there that counter a lot of this stuff. That there's also Dr. Paul Mason. There's also Dr. Ward Holden. He has an amazing lecture on this plant-based narrative, especially in regards to greenhouse gas emissions and regenerative ruminant grazing. Maybe I can pull it up real quick. He's not called Holden, but Holder. Wait a second. The advertisements on YouTube are annoying.
That's true.
Or maybe I'm just posting this in a chat.
Mm.
Wait a second.
Okay, you posted it in the chat. The Beef Farmers of Ontario 61st Annual General Meeting.
Yeah, you have to skip like the first 5 minutes or so, or the first 10 minutes, then he gets to the actual presentation. Just pull it up on screen so people can see. It's not this guy. It's just go a bit further. It starts like around there.
What we can change about the future of food production. And there's a really cool paper that was put out by Paul Moen out of Massey University, looking at where we are with regards to protein. Now, remember, protein isn't everything, but it's a pretty important measurement of our sufficiency of food production from a global basis. And when you look at the initial estimates of food sufficiency, you've got a curve here. I hope you guys can see this curve in the bottom right-hand corner. See if I can get a pointer going here. So you can see this curve in the bottom right-hand corner. It shows basically the amount of protein supply and per country and territory. So each one of these bars at the bottom is a country or territory, 190 odd of them. And the green represents plant-based protein contribution, and orange represents animal-based protein contributions to protein security, with the red line going across the data set being the adequate amount of protein for a population. So you look at this and you say, well, we're looking pretty good. We've only got a small handful of countries on the left-hand side. It's the countries that you hear about in sub-Saharan Africa and other areas where we know we have deficiency in food production. But you think, as far as a global perspective, we've got plenty of countries that have too much, and we have a very small handful of countries that don't have enough. So we might be in a good place, right? Problem is, this is crude protein, right? This is total net
Nitrogen
times 6.25. This is not digestible protein. This is also not amino acid corrected protein. And our requirement for protein is in digestible amino acids. That's a problem. The metrics are important. When we're trying to match up protein supply with protein requirement, you have to use the same metric. And when you do that, things get a little bit interesting. When you correct that original data set for the digestibility of mostly plant protein, because the digestibility of animal-based protein is extremely high and consistent, you get a data set that ends up having far less of those countries being above the average daily protein requirement line. And in fact, this is 103 of the countries in these curves chopped off, and the curve B and C. If you correct the poor amino acid supply coming from plant-based proteins, you correct that data set, you end up with more than half of the countries and territories of the world being on average below protein supply requirement. This is a very, very different picture that's not being painted at all of these meetings that are happening at the UN, meetings in Italy last year.
Amen.
This is not being represented correctly. And it's very, very important as we decide to make changes to the future of our food system that we understand what those changes are going to do. Because you eliminate animal protein from this data set and suddenly you have a very, very big problem. So important to understand where we're coming from. We need more food, not less food. Any conversation that we have that focuses on environment or social structures or whatever it might be, that focuses on changing the future of food, we cannot reduce food supply. We have to increase food supply dramatically to keep track of the populations that we have in the world. But that just doesn't mean that for the food sufficiency equation, right? When we start talking about the sustainability credentials of different types of food production, you have to keep in mind what we're trying to supply. And it has to be put in context with what we're supplying. Are we talking about greenhouse gases or land use or fresh water use per unit of calorie, ton of food, ton of protein, B12? It matters what you put as the per unit on that axis, because these are all things that we're bringing to the equation. For example, in this metric, this is Paul Mohn's data again, and really do yourself a favor and go pull down this paper if you haven't looked at it, because it is quite enlightening. But if you correct the data sets, the traditional data sets that you'll see on land use, freshwater use, and greenhouse gases, and you correct those for the poor digestibility of plant protein sources. In other words, you correct this for both digestibility and amino acid composition. So this is land use per kilogram of digestible lysine, which is the most limiting amino acid. You see, it changes the story here. Land use, yep, we hear this all the time. It requires far less land to produce grains as it does to produce animal proteins. But when you correct it on the amount of nutrients that those proteins actually supply, you end up with wheat and rice being about the same as eggs and pork. Milk being higher, but that's a different piece of land, right? So it's really important to consider what land we're using for these things as well. Fresh water use, I thought, was really interesting, because you go from having eggs, pork, and milk being primary water users to wheat, rice, and maize being the primary water users when you correct for amino acid, digestible amino acid content. So totally different narrative when you correct for.
Is this guy with the United Nations? Is he with them?
Not that I know.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but probably not.
For the appropriate metrics. Greenhouse gases is just the same again. Wheat, rice, and maize, when you don't correct it, look like that's the way to go for the future of food. But when you correct those for the amount of food that they're actually providing, you end up with rice and maize being more greenhouse gas intensive than eggs and pork. And milk, obviously, because of the enteric emissions, and beef is in the same area, does have a higher emissions footprint. Now, you can go through and look at all of Frank Mitloehner's work, Miles Allen's work from Oxford. They've done a lot of work in understanding what the effect of that method.
I sure would like to have this guy on the channel if we could get him on.
That would be amazing. An actual expert. He has a doctor or a PhD, right? He is a doctor, so yeah, that would be amazing. He knows a lot of things about this. This is an amazing lecture. That can you post that maybe in a public chat so people can check this out? He later also talks about how they're like operations, regenerative agriculture operations that make cows emissions carbon negative or carbon neutral at least or something. So this is just amazing work.
It really is. I want to get more from him. I want to get more data from him. I want to comb through the internet and pick up everything he's ever said about this subject. I want to know his name, his contact information. I want to get him on the channel if we can.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Also, like I said, Frederick Leroy is another one who does a lot of very important work. Yeah, I think that there are some honest researchers out there that do bring in a lot of nuance into the conversation on these issues.
Yeah, definitely. Let's work on that for next week. I'll try to contact this guy. I don't know if he'll do it, but I'll certainly try.
Yeah, that would be great. I wonder if then Jeffrey Phillips tries to come on stream when an actual experts.
What a contrast.
This would be amazing. Jeffrey Phillips facing an actual expert.
Yeah, I don't think he would last long just because I would have to censor. He would be he would be interrupting this guy and calling him, insulting him, and just to keep it professional, I just imagine we'd have to get rid of Jeffrey pretty quick. But if he could behave himself for a full conversation, that'd be nice. I just don't think he could do it. But anyhow, I think that gives us something to shoot for soon, if not next week. But I think we've covered pretty good ground tonight. We should both go get some rest and start gathering ammo for next week. What do you think?
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Okay. Got a couple of people here tonight, or right now. I want to thank you all for being here late. And I want to thank Anti-War for being here and all the hard work you put in. Anti-War Mindset.
No problem.
Any closing words before we go?
Yeah, I mean, this was a very good stream. I think that this was educational for people. And yeah, if people are interested in being on a next stream, if they're like an open-minded vegan, especially a sincere vegan, then they should just say that in the comment section, and then maybe we can have them on stream and have a civil discussion about these things.
Definitely hope so. Well, go get some rest. I'll do the same. I'm ready to go to bed. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you, everyone. And good night.
Good night.